Awesome. Thanks. Thanks, Evan. You saved the day. I could have gone like 3 hours like that. Awesome. All right, what was I saying before? I don't even know. Oh, okay. So had a vacation weekend, which was great. But now my head is kind of like very cleared, and I don't know what's going on. We're still working on our tutorial today. So I was hoping to maybe get a little more done this week, this past week on our tutorial and everything. But alas, I didn't. Had some stuff to get ready before we went away for the weekend. So that kind of took precedent. So we're still working on this tutorial. That's actually it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun doing this. But yes, the game is live. Populus.gg. You can play it right now. And hopefully on today's stream we'll finish up the tutorial and we'll push that live. Then we'll have a tutorial that is ready. Did do a little bit of work over the past week since the last stream, since last Tuesday. But nothing really major, just tweaked a few things that were missing. And I did actually work a little bit on the tutorial. So our little flashing arrow, I actually added that in at some point last week in between streams. Because I was kind of thinking about how I wanted to do like a looping animation. And yeah, we got that implemented. Actually, I'll talk a little bit about that right now. So I didn't explicitly build like a repeating or looping animation. Originally, I didn't build like a looping animation thing in kind of the animation system. I didn't build looping support, I guess I'll say. But what I ended up doing, and actually I did this a while ago, we added in a Boolean that you can pass when you set up actually a timer. So an animation is a timer. It extends the timer class. So in our timer class here, you can pass a Boolean to the constructor that says repeat on elapse. I don't really like that phrase, but that's okay. So basically when the timer elapses, it will repeat itself. So it'll like self reset. So if we have, so if you specified I want the timer to repeat on elapse, then when the timer elapses, it will reset itself and resume. Because I believe I made it also pause itself. Yeah. So I've been kind of like piecemeal hacking this animation system / timer system as I need things. So at some point in time, there might be a nice like cleanup and kind of just going through this and making things more robust. But for now, everything seems to be working well. But basically what that lets you do then is I can just pass in repeat on elapse. And then as long as I can specify that for the for when I instantiate the animation. And then animations also have an equation property where you pass in basically an equation that fits So you pass in like an equation here that fits within this square of 0, of 1x and 1y. So what you kind of want an equation that will start where x is 0, y is 0, and then where x is 1, y equals 1. So you can see like this pure linear red line here, which is just y equals x. Obviously when x is 1, y will be 1, and when x is 0, y will be 0. But then also you plug in stuff like y equals x squared. That also happens to just line up like that because of math and that sort of thing. So then they both meet at 1, 1, 1x, 1y. So that's great because then I can kind of have what that lets you do is your animation time is then over the x-axis, right? So you can specify 500 milliseconds, 1,000 milliseconds, 100 seconds, a minute. You can specify whatever time you want, and then that will basically represent this ticking along here. And then your y value is changing based upon whatever equation you pass in. So if you want something to happen kind of nice and like linear stuff doesn't usually look that great, and it looks kind of sterile to me. So like if you want to animate something that slides across the screen or like a color that changes or something, then you can have that color change, based upon this kind of curve here, or, you could just do a linear one like this. But what I was saying was linear looks kind of robotic, not very good. So it's nice when you can pass in kind of curves like this, parabolic stuff or whatever. But all of that was to say, I started to add in a little like sine wave kind of animation that just repeats for our arrow. So in order to do that, let's see what we got here. In order to do that, we did kind of a fancy little equation here that I can plug in. So this is y equals sine of 2 pi x plus pi over 2 divided by 2, and then plus 0.5. So what that leaves us with is a nice an equation here that actually starts at 1, where x equals 0, y equals 1, and then it dips down to 0 at when it dips down to 0y when we're halfway through x, and then back up to when x is 1, y equals 1. So this is nice for a repeating thing, for anything you want to repeat, because now basically the animation will repeat as soon as x hits 1, so then it'll just loop back and rerun itself over and over again. And that's awesome because we'll have this nice seamless looping effect, because we'll have where we start at x equals 0, y equals 1, and we end where y is 1 as well. So then it just kind of naturally will just run this same thing. So that kind of works nicely. And we end up with, this thing that could just run forever. And it's not going to like integer overflow or something like that, because it's not just some timer that continually ticks on forever. It's going to reset itself every time it completes. So I think that works pretty nicely. So I was kind of thinking about that over last week, and I was like, all right, I'll implement that, just because it was kind of fresh in my head. And that sine wave, the sine wave equation, I kind of tweaked a little bit the one I had used for the crash indicator here. So that's like the red pulsing thing. And that's actually not a looping animation at all. It basically is kind of one of these, but like squashed. So like if you multiply this a bunch, you can do a bunch of these and then basically it ends. I think this is how it, actually no, it does. It's got to be like an odd number, right? Yeah. So this is a nice one where you can have, if you punch like an odd number in here, you'll get like an odd, you basically, where X is 0, Y will be 0 as well. So that works nice to kind of have some animation run. And that's where we get that pulsing effect, and then it fades out once our timer ends, our time ends, where X equals 1 there. So that's basically that. But I guess I didn't give a proper introduction here, because I don't know. I had a nice like weekend vacation with some family. Went and stayed at a lodge, and that was great. Good to see some family that I haven't seen in a while, some of my wife's family. But now I'm back here, and I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I got hit by a truck or something. I don't know why. Maybe I had too much coffee already this morning. But, so I'm just giving myself something to warm up. I'm just warming up my brain here a bit on talking about the stuff I already did last week. So anyway, we welcome everyone to Terrible JavaScript game development. I'm working on my game, Populus. It's called Populus. You can play it right now at populus.gg. And right now we're working on a tutorial. So I think I just kind of explained the little animation thing. I'm feeling a little more warm in terms of what I'm thinking about. I'm going to familiarize myself with what I'm doing. So I think we'll dive right in here. I also, actually, I don't remember exactly where we left off on the last stream on last Tuesday, but we obviously didn't have our nice animating arrow, and I think we had some text that was kind of wrapped up here that I ended up getting away from. And I kind of liked going with this animating arrow because it's easier to, obviously that's the only thing moving on the screen, so it's easy to point that out to the player as far as tutorials go, as far as a tutorial will go. So what that kind of, I'll walk through the flow here of what we've got so far. So right now I've just got the tutorial button just placed hard-coded here, and this color is kind of a nasty green that I'm not going to end up using, but it was just kind of placeholder stuff for now. So you click the tutorial button. We start the tutorial. We've got kind of a basic, very basic, bare bones setup to start the game. We've got just text, basic play area here, and one bubble. And I think that's pretty clear, and it's a nice way to kind of start explaining the game to somebody who otherwise has no idea. So very explicit instructions, move your mouse over the red bubble. Well, actually, I should say the red bubble thing isn't super explicit because basically I'm kind of saying, the red bubble, well, it's the only red thing on screen, so kind of is obvious that that's the red bubble, right? So once you do that, we see the text kind of fade in and out. And actually, did I finish that animated text? Actually, I don't think the animated text was done even on the last stream. It's hard for me to remember. But yeah, we've got animated text now that kind of also, I liked that because that kind of pulls your eye down to say, okay, something changed. Okay, now there's new text, right? So for a new player, or as far as just kind of showing the player what's going on, I feel like having the animated text is nice rather than just the text snapping. I feel like having just a little animation just kind of makes it a little more clear. That's, I got to now see what the next text thing says here. Oh, and this is an example where I'm using just a linear animation equation. So like the text is just moving down at a completely fixed rate, which, as I was saying before, I don't really like that. It feels kind of sterile. At the speed that it's working right now, I feel like you don't necessarily notice that much, but I will play around with that a little bit more once I get to it. But for now, I felt like just a basic. Oh, there's actually a reason why I just went with a linear thing, and maybe we'll get to that a little later. Where does that get set up? I'll slow it down here just so I can kind of show like why I think like a linear movement like that is just kind of sterile looking. So I slowed the animation down to 750 milliseconds, just 10 times slower. So now if I hover over the bubble, the text just, you know, just like swipes like that, just really cleanly. And that's just not very, very nice. So we're definitely going to want to plug in some more, you know, some parabolic kind of equations to really help with that. But as far as like stuff moving around and everything, it's all working pretty nicely. There might be some, at this speed, there might be some kind of weird things. So I might go in to try to tighten that up, because if you notice there, like I kind of hovered over stuff and then we let go, and then it was kind of felt a little weird there. Whereas at the normal, I was doing 75 milliseconds for that text swipe. So that's really quick, and you're not going to really see any sort of artifacts or whatever. But yeah, for now, I think we're in a really good spot. We'll dial in some equations and that sort of thing later. Yeah, so the basically now we can follow the instructions here. We got pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. I feel like that's pretty clear. You hit the spacebar, and then here we actually get into a little more of what the normal game looks like. These bubbles, these 3 bubbles are actually randomly generated. So like if we do it again, you got 3 totally different bubbles, whereas this red bubble is always the same. And I just made that kind of basic so that I could have, you know, the red bubble. I could say the red bubble, and just, you know, I figured why not just fix the position of it. There's not really any reason to not have that. Badger, thanks for hanging out. Welcome back. Badger was going for the record amount of mistakes for the game. Belows us. Hi, I don't know if someone told you, but your IDE's font size is too small to read for viewers, even on 24-inch full screen. Hey, Belouzas, thanks for reminding me. Welcome to the chat. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for that reminder. I usually do try to zoom in every time, because when I'm not, you know, obviously when I'm just working, not streaming, I, you know, kind of keep it a little smaller. But yes, I do try to keep it bigger when I stream. So thanks for bringing that up. That helps. Well, so Belouza, since you're here hanging out, I'll give you a little demo of the game. No problem. Same holds for me too. Nice. So I guess that means you stream and code and program, whatever. I'll give you a little demo of my game, Belouzas, since you're Belouzas. So my game's live right now. Populus.gg. It's populus.gg. So it's a simple little game where you pop bubbles. I'm currently working on the tutorial, so that's why I'm going to give you a little tutorial right now. So basically, you go to the website, you get the play button right here, you hit play, get a little countdown, and now the goal of the game is to pop these bubbles by hovering our mouse over it and then hitting the spacebar or clicking. And what we want to do is we want to do it in the order that they appear here on the side. So the first bubble we need to pop is this orange one. So I can mouse over it, hit the spacebar, and now it's slid up to this nasty yellow color. And then just from there, we pop bubbles, and that sort of thing. And we have 30 seconds to pop as many as we can. There's a little timer bar on the side there. That's not very visually apparent right now, but we'll get to that at some point. So yeah, that's basically it. It's just kind of a little speed skill game. Like, see how many bubbles you can pop in 30 seconds, and you just let her rip. And if you're Badger in the chat, he's trying to make as many mistakes as he can. Balooza, I tried the first time. I failed because I couldn't understand, but on the second run I hit a score 30. Nice, nice. You the 30. That's about about a pop per second there. That seems to be a pretty average starting score that people start out with. So you're right in the meaty part of the curve there. Guess how many mistakes I got. If you win, you get $1. You don't have to give me $1, Badger. I know you gave me some bits the other day, and I appreciate that a lot. I would say, I was going to say 750. Hey, Badger, thanks. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the cheer, man. The bits, the cheer. Is that what bits and cheer are the same thing, right? I don't know. I got to learn Twitch stuff. Well, how many did you actually get, Badger? Bell threw the 50 out there. But Bell wasn't here when you 1,542. All right. That's a little outrageous. So how are you doing that? I know you said you had like a macro or something, Badger, that was just doing. Macros really work. Gotcha. So you're just like running it for as long as you can, kind of thing. Yeah, I gotcha. Nice. Oops. I can try to glitch out your game right. Yeah, I mean, might as well. You can screw around with it and see what happens. Yeah, and let me know. Let me know on Discord. I've got I'll throw that in the chat right now. Yeah, I've got a Discord set up that was pretty recent, so there's not a lot of people in there, but more people are joining every so often, and I'm trying to update the. I got a change log in there, and I've got a little section, a little channel for feedback and everything. So there's a category for Populus on the server there that you can find that stuff. If you guys are interested, you don't have to join the Discord. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. So, yeah, so Neris, sup? Neris, what's going on? Not a whole lot here, just streaming. I got back from I had a little vacation with some family this weekend. So I feel like for some reason I'm like recharged. I'm like rested and rejuvenated, but for whatever reason I'm also like not, I don't know. I feel like I'm still on vacation maybe. So the stream might be a little rough, but we'll see. We'll see if I can get some momentum going here. Yes, so I think I was explaining before what we've got in the tutorial so far. So this is kind of like the step 3 of the tutorial. So when we start our tutorial, we've got move mouse over the red bubble. We do that. We get the next instruction. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. So we do that. Then we get our first little, we see a few more elements of the game here where we have 3 actual randomly generated bubbles, and then it's explaining to us the navigation meter here. So obviously our arrow position is not right. The arrow is supposed to be pointing up to the big bubble here. And then what I'm thinking is having, well, then what will happen is you pop that first bubble, and then the arrow doesn't move, right? Because you're always popping this big bubble here. So it'll be, you pop that, and then maybe the message will change after you pop the first one, and it'll say like keep popping or something. So you hit that, then the next one, and then the last one. And then I'm trying to think. Nearest, I don't have uptime set up, but I don't know how long I've been going. Just about 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes. So not very long. Not very long. So we've got, yeah, at this point, once you pop all the bubbles, we don't go to do anything else after this. But I'm still trying to figure out a bit of what I want everything to. I'm a little not 100% sure how I want to introduce everything else. I want to talk about mistakes to the player to say like, okay, well, here's what a mistake is. If you hit the boundary, if you pop the wrong bubble, or if you just straight up pop like dead space here, those are all mistakes. Or if I, pop the wrong bubble like that, right? So those are all mistakes. And the other aspect is the checkpoint idea, which isn't super important that people understand actually how that works. But I kind of would like to explain it at least a bit, because technically the visuals here show you, like they show you what bubbles are going to come back if you make a mistake, right? So we can see that little cyan bubble or whatever this color is, seafoam green. This little seafoam green colored bubble is going to come back when I make a mistake, because we can see it up here. So then once you get to the new checkpoint, you see all those bubbles swipe away up at the top. So I'm really not sure how I want to say it in like an elegant way that is very simple, like we have right here. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Weemy to go, the dot maker. Welcome, Weemy. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Sorry, bubble. No worries. Bubble, circle, dot, whatever. Although now with the tutorial, I am officially bringing in the syntax of bubble. So technically it officially is called bubble now, instead of me just calling it that in the code and whatnot. I just finished building food and now I'm consuming it. Nice. How are you? I'm pretty good. Had a little vacation weekend, but I also feel like, which is great, but I also feel like I'm still kind of on vacation. So it's kind of hard for me to like snap back into streaming and everything. But we're working on a tutorial today. So we kind of started that, I think, last week. And it's taking longer than I want, but I feel like it'll be good. Badger, oh no. You didn't actually break the game, did you? Ew, vacation. Yeah, I gotcha. Well, it wasn't. It was just over the weekend. My wife and I just went with some family to like a lodge, and that was nice. To a hotel kind of thing, and it was good. But having trouble coming back. I need a vacation from the vacation kind of thing. Badger, thanks for those bits again, man. You dole those out like candy, I will say. I mean, I'm not complaining, but thank you, Badger. I really appreciate it. Neris, making a mistake reverts your progress to the last checkpoint would be good and would be enough, I think. Just add something like checkpoint reached near those flying small bubbles. Yeah, actually, that's kind of that's not a bad idea. Having like, because I'm also, obviously we're not even at the final graphics of the game either, right? Like, it's good enough to play. You know, the visuals are there enough that it's clear, I think, how to play. Obviously, once you were shown how to play. But yeah, that's not bad. And I might not actually explain all like the mistakes. Exactly what happens with that. Badger, I don't know what I did, but something happened. Like something broke or what? Yeah, let me know, or let me know. Yeah, if you find it again, or if you can make it recur, the issue. I assume you're talking about some sort of issue. One thing I noticed is that YouTube loading, like I had a YouTube video this morning, I just noticed this. YouTube having like a video in the background. And then when it switched to like the next YouTube video, right? Like it went to the next video in the playlist or whatever. It kind of glitched out, not glitched out, but it kind of made this stutter. So, I mean, that's like a Chrome thing. I don't, I assume maybe like Chrome, whatever it was doing resource management wise, maxed out or something. I'd have to dig into it a little more, but that was a little frustrating. And I kind of wigged out for a second because I was like, what? I didn't hit some weird bug or something. But no, it's like switching YouTube videos in the background, like in another window, another tab, kind of made this stutter. So like our smooth animations and everything stuttered. So I don't know. I'll have to look into that a little more to see what's going on. But I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. Badger, thanks again for the bits. Appreciate it. Like I said, you're doling them out like candy. Or is that even what happened just there? I don't know. You threw an emote in there. I didn't necessarily see what exactly happened there. All right. Well, weird YouTube video loading issues aside, actually, I think I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I know, I just started streaming. Gee whiz, guys. But, we'll be back in a second here. If you got to go, you got to go. No more truer words have been spoken, Weemy. All right. Just give me a sec. All right, and we're back. Thanks for standing by, folks. Appreciate it. So Badger broke something, and I'd be curious if he can replicate his issue. Weemy leaves in rage. Yeah, sorry, Weemy. Did I finish what I was saying before? Badger, if you can repeat that issue, I'd like to hear about it. And I know obviously Badger, you're doing a lot of crazy things right now where you're running your macro that is doing 1,500 mistakes in 30 seconds, but 3 minutes, 11 seconds, way too long for a BRB. Yeah, that's starting to step into lunch break territory there, or snack break. Yeah, so what we want to do right now is actually, I just remembered something, and I should take care of it now before I forget, and then we end up with a bunch more code than we need to. So I shrunk down our nav meter code, so the code that kind of manages this whole deal here. I shrunk that down, or not. I didn't shrink it down, but I moved it to another place, and now I basically have a spot where I'm duplicating all this code. So I need to get rid of the duplicated spot, and I want to do that just so we can shrink down our JS file size and everything. Don't question the fact that I timed your toilet break. Yeah, I wasn't going to, but I did notice you were pretty specific with that break. And, that's your thing. I respect that. I appreciate the precision. All right, so yeah, so we've got the nav meter code, our nav meter file, and basically I created this create method. So this is all the logic that needs to happen to generate, it's not that much, but what do we've got like 60 lines here, maybe 70 lines. So I want to get this moved. Basically, this is duplicated right now. So I want to call this create method in the other spot that it needs to be instead of being duplicated. So I'm not going to explain in excruciating detail exactly what I'm doing for that, but just trust me. Need to make sure it works too. All right, so Weemy, the guy who uses a stopwatch to time people's toilet breaks. I like it. All right, so so I got my comment here for generate nav meter. And all of this should all be encapsulated in that one new method that we had. And then all the way down to... Actually, let's look at what we're doing in the tutorial here. Okay. Oh, no. That happens later. So we do nav meter. I just looked at this before and okay, here we go. All right, so I just want to make sure I'm doing the same syntax here. So basically, the tutorial object will then just instantiate the navigation meter. Once again, the nav meter is just this thing, and it's more complicated than it looks like it should be. So the tutorial instantiates it now with this new thing where I've just got a static method called create. So to create an instance of a nav meter object, I just have a static method to actually handle that. So that way the code's just kind of in one place, specifically for the nav meter, which is nice. So basically I need to do kind of just this same, basically the same line here, but now this needs to happen in our actual gameplay setup. So for when you just do a normal play of the game, there's like a different, function that's running to set everything up. And then we just need to be using this new creation of that, of the navigation meter, the nav meter. So we can probably just do, okay, yeah, we don't need to initialize it anymore, so we can actually comment all of this out. And then this will be just const nav meter equals, and then we do nav meter dot create, and then we pass in the bubbles, which should just be like that. So now from here up, I can comment out up to wherever it says generate nav meter. So we can comment that out, and I just want to test and make sure this is good. So now if we hit play, nope, something's bad here. Nav bubble props is not defined. Oh, okay. All right, so we need to do a little bit of figuring out here. Did I do nav bubble props somewhere else? Oops, no. Marathon create, this. All right. Kind of puzzled about why this works fine when we do it in the tutorial, but not in the other. Works fine in the tutorial, but just not in the new game mode now. And now that I think about it, I've tweaked a few things. So I'm going to have to look at what we changed for the nav meter here. Okay, so let's actually uncomment the code now here, and I can just do. Oops. Okay. Oh. All right. So wait, what was the error? Actually, that might be a nice place to start here. Marathon.js.276. Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. All right, so that's not where the problem is. All right, so we can leave the code commented out. I don't need to look at this. Actually, I didn't really want to close that file, but that's okay. All right, so what I did was, I just didn't read the error message. That's all it was. I just didn't actually look at, I just saw red in the console, and I just thought, oh, something broke. I better go check it out. But all I had to do was spend 2 extra seconds to look at what the message actually was. All right, so we're doing something with nav bubble props, yeah. So this needs to now be just nav meter.nav bubble props. Let's just look at, yes, okay. So I think that's all we, oh, this one's gonna be, yeah, okay, let's see what. picks. Nav bubbles, nav bubble props, nav meter height picks. Okay, this is going to be a little trickier than I wanted it to be. So, yeah, because all we were doing, actually, the nav bubble props, that's an array, right? Yeah, okay. Move this up here so the comments can be a little more visible. Yeah, that's all right. Okay. Yeah, this is a little tricky here. Because the thing, okay, so this is also another issue I feel like I have, where, yeah, well, you can't see it now, but I'll go to the live site here. So basically the timer takes like the height of the nav meter here and uses that to like size itself up. So it kind of more or less just mirrors whatever this is. And the reason for that is because I tried to be kind of way more robust than I really needed to be. So like if I add, I've got like, with one little variable change, I could make this like 4 bubbles instead. So instead of just showing the next 3 bubbles you need to pop, it could show 4. And what happens is you do that, you specify that, and then this thing will like center up nicely and everything. And then this thing would also get taller to match. And I feel like that's kind of cool, you know, because I at the point in time I was like, well, let's just make the graphics like, you know, it wasn't really that big of a deal to just do that. So, but, you know, this is one of those things like I probably spent a little too much time tweaking the graphics before we really had, you know, the gameplay elements that we really wanted or we really knew we had dialed in. I mean, I still feel like I'm going to keep this as 3 bubbles, so it's probably not going to change. But right now, this thing is using that. And I want to see if, yeah, I guess with our nav meter, there's not really any. Yeah, so the nav meter, which again is this thing. The nav meter is not keeping track of that height property at all. Allows us, woohoo, I just made 10 million mistakes. Seriously? Wow. All right, so you took Badger's trophy there. Crazy. Did you just like do what did you do? What did you do, Belauzus, to achieve that? I'm curious. Nice. All right, there you go. You got it. You figured it out. Nice. Nice. Clever. I'll give you that. Yeah, I was gonna say you're a programmer, so, and I guess you're a web guy, so there you go. You know what? I am just not going to worry about this issue right now, and I will try to come up with something later and better, because I don't need to spend time on this right now at this very moment. Because it works, it's just more of a refactor thing I need to get rid of. So what I will do is go back to this. Yeah, and we're going to get rid of this. We're going to uncomment all of this. So obviously this is kind of, basically all this code's just duplicated. You got a bunch of bytes of code and everything that's the same, but whatever. I'll try to get it figured out before we, whoops, I didn't want to do that. Try to get that figured out before we go live with the new tutorial. But, yeah, until then, we're going to leave it. All right, so to do, remove this code, remove the nav meter generation here, and use nav meter.create. Oops. Used to typing semicolons after lines, or after function calls, right? But not for comments. All right, so that's good. We don't really need to think about that right now. I'll try to come up with a better way to do it. I thought it was just going to be a quick little thing to change, to tweak, but obviously it's a little more involved, so we'll get to it later. All right, so now back to our tutorial here. First thing I want to do is actually get the arrow centered up. Because right now we've got, well, let's make sure that the game works now, actually. Okay. Oops. Looks good. Tutorial. All right, so we want to get this arrow moved up to this position here. That should actually be pretty easy. All you need to do is protect your code from messing with it from guys like me. Is to surround with function with an IIFE. Yes. Yeah, actually, I haven't. I'll have to actually implement that. I think that's a little flag in my minifier. So I will have to do that. I mean, for now, I don't really care too much about that, but yes, we will be getting to that. So the arrow positioning. Wait, was the mistakes based on this code? Yeah, like he just set the mistake count to, he just went in and changed like the variable, if that's what you're saying on your code. He just changed, if I'm assuming correctly what you're saying, Weemy, he just changed the variable, basically the number that was in the variable. So it just changed the output or whatever. Because if you update that before the game ends, yeah, if you update the number of mistakes, yeah, you could set the number of mistakes and then it'll just add. So the reason, yeah, so you had the 10,113,000, so I guess you tried to make 113 mistakes after you set it to 10 million. So you went in and set mistakes to 10 million, and then every subsequent mistake just added to that, just plus equals 1 or plus plus or whatever it has in the code. I don't know. So yeah, because it's nothing is kind of set up to be. Yeah, so he didn't actually throw a million events, 10 million events that actually in-game events that broke it. He just changed that little variable. Yeah, so when so our navigation meter doesn't actually get set up until I have this start step 2 function call. Because now I don't really like these step names for the tutorial steps, but I'm calling this like step 1, what we're on in the tutorial, in the code. For the player, there's no step 1, step 2. You don't see anything like that. But you do this, and this technically isn't step 2. Step 2 doesn't start until you pop this bubble. So now we're on step 2. And at that point, then our navigation meter gets instantiated and set up. So at that point in time, we also need to set the position for the arrow. Because currently the arrow gets set up, I guess at the beginning, when the tutorial gets created, which I think is fine. Right? Let's see, we got arrow text, the arrow animation, and then the arrow animation gets initialized, and maybe the text just doesn't get initialized until text object doesn't get set up until start step 2. Oh, yeah. Then we actually initialize our arrow text. And I guess we could actually just not initialize the animation either until that point in time. There's no reason to really do that there. I think I just did that for when I set that up initially. So then we will do arrow anim. Oh, that's why I did it. Yeah, because I was lazy. Yes, first I set 10 mil and then played. Gotcha. So let's do. Yeah, let's look at. I don't like doing these. I should do these all on their own line. Whoops. Okay. So let's see about. Weemy, well, I need to attend studies again. Hey, good luck with the studies, Weemy. We'll catch you later. Yeah, we will. We'll see you. Good luck with that. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out. I always appreciate it. Weemy to go. You guys should check him out. He's working on a space game in 3D in the browser with library like 3JS he's using. So that's pretty cool. Space game where you fly your ship around and craft a bunch of stuff and all sorts of crazy cool stuff that I don't even know what else he's got, but yeah, it looks cool. All right, so we need to pass. So right now I'm passing the step 3 arrow text. So right now let's just also pass that animation in. Step 3 arrow anim. Is that what it's called, right? Is this actually it? No, it's just called arrow anim. All right, we'll. Now I'm gonna do a nice full name here. Step 3 arrow anim. Just to make things more clear. All right. So then we've got that. We need to pull it in through here. We need to actually set it as a property for our tutorial. So we're in our tutorial class here now. What I was looking at before was the static function create on the tutorial class, which is just a function to set up all the things necessary for our tutorial. Because a lot of like calculations and things need to get set up and moved around and positioned, and it's a lot of stuff that doesn't actually need to be used again later. So it's just this one little static function that runs and we're done. But any entity objects that we instantiate, which we've got quite a few, we've got a play area, we've got text, we've got more text, We've got animations. We've got bubbles. We've got the cursor trail, the cursor effect manager. All these things are entities, and they need to be destructed later when they're no longer used, right? When you quit the tutorial, etc. So those all need to be passed in to the tutorial. And I might, at some point in time, might come up with maybe a nicer way to do, like, manage children entities. Like there might be actually like a child entities array or something. But I didn't really get to a point where I really needed something like that. So that might be some engine side thing we get to clean up later at some point. But didn't really have a reason for that. Sorry, I'm still running vacation brain right now. So I am I'm not firing on all cylinders this morning. So if I sound like an idiot more than normal on stream, that's why. So, all right, we're passing in our error animation now to the tutorial, the actual tutorial instantiation. Belauzus is now following. Hey, thanks, Belauzus. Thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it, and thanks for thanks for the tip on the IIFE. I will have to get that implemented. In fact, I believe I'm using TraceRacer, which is the node package, npm package for minifying the code, and I think they have just a little switch for wrapping everything in an IIFE. I think so. Rjanks, hello. Do JS game makers use any frameworks for their projects? Well, welcome, Rjanks. Welcome to the chat. I appreciate you hanging out. I am not very familiar with any. I mean, I know they exist, frameworks and stuff for games and everything. I'm kind of doing everything as much vanilla JavaScript code as I can. So I'm not really, I'm kind of just trying to do things as, do the bare minimum that I need for my game to work. So I am not familiar. If you're asking for like tips or anything, I'm not the guy to ask about that. But yeah, I believe there's probably plenty of great frameworks for kind of getting started doing browser games, that sort of thing, if that's where your question is going. Yeah, basically I just mentioned TraceRacer, and that's, as of right now, that's that, and I'm using Rollup.js, and those aren't frameworks, those are just, basically little programs to minify and shrink code and that sort of thing. So I do that for sending the code actually out to the client. I don't do that in development for my development version, so that way when I get errors, I know I'm getting errors for that exact file and line, and I can just look at that. But sorry, I feel like I'm not completing thoughts coherently here. Again, vacation brain. Well, let's say I'm only like probably 15% on vacation brain. The other 85% is just because I'm an idiot. But long and short, but TLDR, Rjanks, it's kind of too late because I already said the long version of that. But TLDR, I don't use any libraries for the actual like game engine kind of stuff. Doing everything myself. And I can't, so, and therefore I really can't give too much insight on any other libraries. If you got questions about, if you got questions about kind of setting up games and stuff, I have a pretty good idea of kind of what would be the best way to do that, or like to get kind of your game loop and stuff set up. So if you got any questions on that, let me know. But also take everything with a grain of salt, because I don't really know what I'm talking about. So we're trying to get our 3D arrow, or 3D, sorry, this is a 2D game, not 3D. We're trying to get our little tutorial arrow here. We're trying to get the position set for that. So I've got that object now passed in, that the entity of the animation passed into my tutorial object. And I want to, well, I need to actually firstly get the cleanup stuff set up. So in our destruct method of our tutorial, we need to get rid of that. So I'm going to do this dot step3 arrow anim dot destruct. So there we go. So now we won't have any memory leaks in our tutorial. I will have to do some tests on that. I will have to do some memory leak testing at some point to make sure there are things I didn't forget. Oh, but this is one of the things I was talking about before, where I was like, it'd be nice to have like a child entities array or something for an entity, for any entity in my game. Basically, if I have an entity object in my game, that means it listens to game events, the game event handler, or global, or event emitter, I guess. So when you are done with some entity and you don't want it anymore, or you don't, you know, there's no like memory management kind of stuff in JavaScript. You kind of are up to garbage collection, that sort of thing. But the one thing that you really need to do when you're done with an entity is make sure all of its event listeners are out of the global event emitter. So to do that, like if I have an entity, so we've got our tutorial entity. So every entity object will have a destruct method on it. And then basically what I'm forced to do is just call destruct, therefore, like on all the all the entities that are part of this one other entity, properties of this other entity. So these are all other entity objects. So I'm calling destruct on all of those. So you get kind of this little cascading thing, right? And what I thought at one point in time was like, oh, it'd be nice to just have like a child entities array. And then that way, when I call destruct on it, then you just loop over child entities and kill all of them. But it's not, there's sometimes where you don't always want to kill that entity kind of thing. And I ended up with some more complicated things than I wanted to with that. So doing this is just fine for now. Obviously, I have to make sure I remember to destruct everything, because sometimes when I'm just quickly testing something, I don't add the line to destruct that item, and then we're left with some objects some entities that are still listening to events. And you don't want those to add up, because you don't want just there to be some sort of leak in the code that does that. So I did do a little bit of that a while back, kind of testing, making sure that all the event listeners and everything were getting cleaned up. And we'll have to do that again at some point. So that being said, that had nothing to do with what I was working on right now, but that's okay. Update and animate. Yeah, okay, I'm going to get rid of all these comments because this is old now. I fixed all of that. Do I have that somewhere else? Yeah, we're going to get rid of all of that. All right, so we should be properly cleaning up our little arrow now. So let's look at where we are. Start step 2 here. So this is where we set up the navigation meter, because in our tutorial, start over from the top here. We hit tutorial. We're on step 1. Move your mouse over the red bubble. There you go. We're not on step 2 yet. Technically, when you pop the bubble, then we're on step 2. So we pop the bubble. Now we're on step 2, and our arrow is here. So our navigation meter got set up right in that function. We saw this line run right here where it sets up the navigation meter. That is this thing. Tells you what bubbles you're supposed to pop. And then the arrow, we want to be positioned off of, we want it to be pointing basically dead center of this bubble, which is nice because we'll have the radius. Sorry, not the radius. The position of this bubble. And I guess maybe we'll just orient our arrow off of like maybe some sort of percentage off of the size of this bubble. I think that makes the most sense. We'll do that. So it'll be like this, the position of this will just be relative to the size and position of the bubble here. So to get the position of this, we are going to need to, okay, so that we can only get that after we set up the nav meter. So we can do the arrow text.init, that's good. If I refresh, this arrow shouldn't show up now, right? Or it does. Okay, the arrow shows up, but it's not animating yet because we haven't initialized the animation. Right, here we're calling init on the text, but we're not calling init on the animation. This dot step 3 arrow anim dot init tutorial. Blah. There we go. Now we've got our little animating arrow. So, so now, I guess maybe before we call init, we'll do the other stuff here. So we need to do arrow text. All right, so let's look at nav meter here quick. Nav meter dot. So we've got nav bubble props. So that is a very important thing that we have. So this is an array. This is an array, and it keeps track of the positions and sizes of all the bubbles that show up in the nav meter. So that includes like the bubbles and stuff that are up here. So basically what we need to do, we need to pull in some configuration things here. I know what this needs to be. So config dot marathon dot navmeter dot bubble count. Yes. No, that's not correct. That is not correct. Marathon dot bubble count. Checkpoint interval. That's what we want. Checkpoint interval. All right. I won't explain why I need that very specific variable to access this property that we're trying to get to. Basically, I'm just trying to get the position, the Y position of this bubble here. And there's a specific reason why I need to do this exact thing, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. So oh, actually, let's put this arrow Y, I guess. No, that's not right. I guess we'll do bubble Y. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what I call this variable. It's not even that. The scope that this variable is going to be used in is very tiny here. So we'll just call it bubble Y. So it's the Y position of this first bubble. Fine, I'll be a little more specific. We'll call it target bubble Y. Target nav bubble Y. Fine. I'm being very specific now, and that is a pretty accurate description of what the only thing we could do is, if you're really crazy, I could add in pose to say position, but just Y is good enough. All right. Gee whiz, guys, get off of me. Come on, I'll try to be better about my variable names. Whatever. Okay. So we've got our target nav bubble y. So that, once again, is the y position of this, which is great. The tricky thing is, so I'm using a Unicode arrow here. So this is just text and the font, and it's getting rendered, whatever. So the position of this, I assume, is like halfway through the font height, I would assume. So we need to like offset this by like half of the height of the font. So it'll need to be, so we want this kind of pointing dead center here, but then its position is going to need to actually be up here, because the position of the font is the 0, 0 origin of the font is like up here. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see exactly what happens here. But if I can just set the y position right now, we'll be good with that. So what we want to do is we want to do this dot step 3 dot arrow text dot pose dot y is going to equal our target nav bubble y. So that, once again, is the position of this bubble on the screen. And then we need to subtract half of the font size, the font height, right? The font size is the height. Not equals. So that minus this dot step 3 arrow text dot font dot size divided by 2. All right, so then that should be good enough to get us, nope, or not, it completely bricked everything. All right, so let's print this dot step arrow text. I probably just incorrectly used something here. Size is now undefined. Oh, that's correct. That's right. What that was is correct. It's font.size. So the pose, okay, so the y is coming out as not a number. Is the target nav bubble y not good? Did I do something bad there? Now I'm thinking of not even putting this in a variable here, because we've got, I don't think we really need to do that, but that's okay. We'll skip that for now. Oh, I need to do this and then dot y. So just doing this was just the object. Doing this was just the object, so I need to put a dot y on the end there. And that should square us away here now. There we go. And that looks pretty dead center there to me. So that's not bad. All right, so we wanna kind of offset this a little bit and make it look a little nicer, not just like that little gap there. It looks kind of terrible. So I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna grab some water too. We'll be right back. Very briefly. Don't go anywhere. Yeah, I don't have anything else to say about my bathroom break. We'll be right back though. All right. We're back. Okay. So now we just need to set our little arrow here needs to be kind of offset a little more nicely. Yeah, I'm trying to think about how I exactly want. I guess we'll just do something kind of eyeball it, I guess. So let's do. Let's do. You know what? I don't need to set it to kind of. I don't need to have it relative to the bubble. It just needs to be, because once the window scales and everything, that's another thing we got to do. I just need it to be like, I guess, offset of the X of the screen, percentage wise. Wait a minute. You know what? Let's do, maybe we should do units for this. All right, I'm just thinking out loud here. Incoherently. First, let's get rid of these console logs. We don't need them anymore. They're cramping my style. Let's just get our font size scaling. Let's just do that first, and then I don't know what the font size should be. We'll kind of eyeball it up here first. So let's do the font size of the arrow I'm talking about. So actually, this is a little too, maybe something like that. I want the arrow to kind of feel good with like the text size. Maybe like that is good. Again, relative. This does not change on screen resize here, the arrow. The font size here does. So I just want to pick which font size, or which relative, how this looks relative to the text. I want to find where that looks good, and then I'm going to like freeze that, and then we'll use that when scaling everything up. So then this will get bigger, as we go up. So I get this size relative. I like the relationship there. So I guess what I need to do for that is print the font size. Let's see. Where are we going? Right here. No, not this. Resize instruction text. No. Wait a minute. Oh, we're doing a anonymous function here. I see. Okay. So resize instruction text. Actually, do I want to just do? I guess we'll just do that in here too. No, never mind, because this is like this is a specific thing. There's no reason I need to do that there. The instruction text is like a specific object, right? So that specifically is referring to the text that lives here. So like that's why I have that kind of in its own little function, because it gets resized a bunch of times in a couple different places. So that's why I've got this in its own little method. So I shouldn't put the arrow text resizing there because the arrow is kind of a separate thing. So and all we need to do is put it in our window resized event handler. That's like the one spot that it needs to be in. So I will just have this dot arrow, step 3 arrow text dot, let's just print the whole thing to the console, I guess. Dot step 3 arrow text tutorial, and then I kind of liked that size. Oh. All right, so we're going to look at the font. So the font is 40 because I fixed that. Actually, that's not what I want. I don't want font size 40. I want to do... I already knew it was 40. Wondable is raiding with a party of 6. Wondable. Thanks for the raid. Actually, I shouldn't read. I guess I shouldn't read that. The party size necessarily. Wonderful, thanks. I appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. Getting a couple wonderful high waves in there. Wondib waves. Nice, nice. Yeah, again, wonderful, thanks. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you hanging out and dumping the followers, or the viewers, I should say. Appreciate it muchly. I hope you were having a good stream. Wonderful. How's the game coming? Pretty good. I'm working on the tutorial right now. Maybe, well, I'm working on the tutorial right now, so nothing terribly exciting, but it's kind of coming along. Yeah, just kind of positioning this arrow at this point in time. I got a little arrow pointing to this little bubble here, so I'm trying to make that kind of clear. Ooh, these two colors here are very similar. So I need to tweak. I know I need to revisit the color generation algorithm at some point because I don't want similar colors to appear on screen. But that's something that's a little close, a little too close there. But anyway, that was a little rabbit trail there. Yeah, positioning our arrow here for our tutorial. I'm basically just having a very little basic tutorial that kind of explains to you how to play the game. And then when you do stuff, the text kind of changes and everything, and that's kind of cool, I guess. Since I got some more people here, I'll just give my little manual tutorial on the game, since I have your viewers wonderful. In fact, I think you rated me the other day, last week, and maybe I explained it all to your viewers, but we've got some people here that might want to see what the game's all about. Well, my game it's live right now. It's called Populus. You can go to populus.gg, and you'll be greeted with this page right here. And I'm just kind of in a little test phase with it right now. The game is eventually going to be like multiplayer. In fact, once I finish the tutorial, that's what I'm going to be focusing my attention on, is the multiplayer aspect of the game. But for right now, there's just the one mode, the one single player practice mode. So you click the play button and that throws you right in. You get a little countdown timer there before, but basically you have 30 seconds, 30, to pop as many bubbles as you can. So these are bubbles, and here's your like 30-second timer right here. And then this is the order in which you're supposed to pop the bubbles. So you're always supposed to pop whichever bubble shows up here in the big slot first. So that's green. So then as you go, the bubbles start kind of sliding into the other positions. So to pop the bubbles, you just mouse over them. You hover the mouse over, and then you either press spacebar or click on the bubble once your cursor's over the bubble. That's basically all there is to it. My plan with the multiplayer is to kind of have it more of like a race thing, so you're like directly head-to-head, 1v1 racing another person to see who will pop the most bubbles. But yeah, then once you're done with your 30 seconds, you get to this little stats page, tells you how many bubbles you popped and that sort of thing, and how many mistakes you made. And then you can just jump right back in. So yeah, it's just kind of a fun little skill game. I mean, maybe it's not fun. I don't know. But I'm trying to go a little faster here just to see. All right, I'm at a pretty good rhythm here. Oh. Yeah, so if you mess up, you go back. Basically, every fourth bubble you pop is a checkpoint. So like then if you mess up, you're going back. Your worst case scenario going back like 3 bubbles if you messed up. There, I did pretty good there. 68 pops. It's not bad. But yeah, that's basically the game. And yeah, we're working on a tutorial right now. Whoops. So, let's get back to our little arrow positioning deal here. So I forget exactly what I was trying to look at. Oh yeah, I realized we're trying to get the font resizing first. I want to do that. So I stupidly printed the font to the screen, which doesn't make any sense because I already knew it was 40 pixels. So, but what I want to do is take that font size and divide it by the screen height. .font.size divided by canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. That's what I want. So we go tutorial, we do that, and then okay. All right, so I want to take that number more or less. We've got, I'll take this one here. So 0.058. 0.058 is what I'm concerned with here. So we're gonna call this arrow step, or we'll just go with arrow text font ratio. And what did we say it was? 0.058 with 0.058. And this is just the ratio of the font size, what the font should be, the ratio of what the font size should be relative to the height of the screen. So it's 0.058% of the screen, basically. Or no, sorry, that would be 5.8% of the screen. So let's, yeah, I put that variable into our config file. This is where I save all my, it's kind of like a constants / config file, whatever, where all our like magic numbers and everything reside. So we'll go to, not the canvas wrapper, the tutorial, go back to our tutorial object here, and what I want to do is set the font size. I'm going to change the font size now of our arrow. So step 3 arrow text dot font dot size dot set. No, font dot set size. That's what I want to do, right? Yeah, there's no, okay. Set size, and then our new size is going to be config dot tutorial dot arrow, what was it? Arrow text font ratio times the height of the screen. So basically the height of the font will get recalculated when the screen gets resized. So that's what we should be getting now. So now let's try it out. So the position and everything isn't set yet, but if I change the height of the screen, we should see our arrow growing in size. Yeah, it looks good. All right. I think that's looking pretty good. All right. So now I don't know what I was going to do. Well, we need to do the position of it, right? That's what we need to do. So let's do, oops. Yeah, I'd like the arrow to more or less be kind of like offset by maybe how much the navigation meter is offset. But I'm trying to think about what really the best way to do that would be. Like I don't know if it should just be the X. So the Y positioning. Oh, actually, we could get the Y positioning to update properly. I should do that. So in our, wherever we do start step 2, we do this step 3 arrow text position Y equals this whole shebang. Yeah, actually, I'm going to get rid of this variable. We don't need to actually do the variable. We're just going to copy paste that out, place that here. So we basically need to run this line again. So now I want to go to the window resized thing, and then that's going to go here. Okay, so now our Y position should also be, the Y position of our arrow should now also be updating with the screen. Yes. So we want that, the Y position should be synced with kind of the center of this bubble, right? So no matter what we do at the screen, it'll be, the Y position is working, right? Our X position is fixed right now. So maybe we want something like a little tighter there, kind of like that. I don't know. I guess maybe what I could do is do kind of like the same thing I'm doing with the font ratio, but just do an X position like in like a relative X position. So let's do yeah, I kind of want it to like maybe look something like that. And I guess what I will do is take the current X position and divide that by the X of the screen, the width of the screen, I should say. So let's go to our actually, no, let's not go to the config. Let's take, on the window resize, we're going to console.log. I've got the little snippets set up where I can just type CLG and tab, and then it does a little console log for me right there. But I keep forgetting to actually use that. So let's do this dot step 3 arrow text dot pose dot x, and we're going to divide that by the canvas wrapper dot width ctx dot canvas dot width. So now I'm just going to print to the screen the position of the arrow relative to the width of the screen. So if we resize like the width, the X value of this is like 83%, right? 0.0827. So actually, I'll take that number, 0.827, and we'll use that. So we'll do tutorial. We'll do arrow pose X ratio. And we'll do, what did we say, 0.827? We'll do 0.828, I guess. No, 7. 0.827 is good. 0.827. And I'll just put a little comment ratio to the width of the screen. Width of the canvas. And then, so I put that in there. So now we can use this. We can kind of take that number and use that wherever we need it, which will need to be in our, oh, okay, we got a couple of things we need to do here, a couple of other things. So let's go to our, I'm in the wrong file here. We're in our tutorial.js file in our window resize handler. So now this dot step 3 arrow text dot pose dot x is going to equal this dot is actually going to equal config dot marathon dot config dot tutorial dot arrow text pose arrow pose. Oh, this should be arrow text pose x technically. All right, and then that will be arrow text pose x ratio, and then that'll be times our canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot width. Okay, so that should be good, but we also actually need to set that up. Yeah, so they. Oh. Okay, I brain farted that one pretty hard. Yeah, because now it's just fixed to 80%, 82.7% of the width of the screen, right? So as I go really long, it's still 82%, 82.7%. That's not what we want, though. It needs to be fixed to this. So I just totally brain farted that one there real nicely. So, okay. So I do need to actually position that off of that navigation bubble. So what that means is we can't quite what that means is we can't, well, obviously it means I can't fix it to the width of the screen. That was stupid. Oh, well, we definitely cannot set that in the create method because we don't have the navigation stuff set up yet here. So what I think we should do actually. So this stuff, yeah, none of this stuff can even be set up when we do this. So the size can be set up. So I guess I could do config dot tutorial dot arrow text font ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. So we can do that. But then we're going to just initialize the position of our arrow to 0, 0, 0x, 0y. Because the arrow position is all based upon wherever this navigation bubble is, and this does not get set up until you start step 2. So we, in fact, this arrow text stuff maybe shouldn't even be set up here. It's just kind of like, I guess it's just kind of a nice little thing that I don't have to do all the actual like setting up the animation and everything. You look like Cisco from Flash. I've heard that before. I've heard that before. I'm not really familiar with the show, but F Society. Thanks for hanging out, F Society. I believe you're a follower, if I'm not mistaken. Your name is familiar. So sorry if I misforgot you there, but yeah, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. But yes, I have heard of that I look like some guy from The Flash. Hang on a second here. F Society is now following. Thanks. Thanks for the follow. I guess you weren't following. Your name was familiar. I don't know. But, yeah, appreciate the follow. All right. Well, F Society, since you're new hanging out, you just followed. I'll give you a little tutorial of the game. Your name's familiar. Maybe you've hung out before. I don't know, in the chat or something. But I'll talk to you as if you've never been around here before. So my game is live. It's called Populus. You can play it right now. Populus.gg. It's the website. It's a browser game. So I might have came to ask about MacBook. Oh, yes. I remember that now. Yes. Yeah, so I'll give you a little tutorial on the game, and anyone else who maybe didn't hear it when I did it like 10 minutes ago. But yeah, populus.gg. You can go there right now. This is the main page you'll be greeted with. There's a play button right here. Just currently right now, it's just a single player game, but we'll be working on multiplayer soon. So basically, you're just trying to pop these bubbles as fast as you can. So you got 30 seconds. You got a little timer ticking down. And you're basically popping the bubbles in order that they appear here. So you're always popping the bubble that's in this position. So like as I pop them, they are showing up there. And to pop bubbles, you just need to hover your mouse over the bubble and then press the space bar or click with the mouse. So that's basically it. And you're just trying to go as fast as you can. And then there's a little, I just restarted, but there's like a little stats page at the end of the 30 seconds where you can see how many bubbles you popped in 30 seconds, that sort of thing. So yeah, that's basically all there is. I'm working on the tutorial currently. Trying to get some nice like instructional stuff set up for people. And that way I don't necessarily have to explain it on stream every time. But yeah, what else? That's cool. Well, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just kind of a stupid, simple little game. Not supposed to be very crazy or impressive or anything. But yeah. I'm just starting with web dev. Any tips? Well, that's great that you're starting out with that. I am not probably the best person to ask about that because I don't really consider myself like a legit web developer. Like, yes, I'm building a game on the web, but I mean, the first thing, F Society, if you're not, you really, I would say you really want to learn like programming. And JavaScript is kind of the thing that you use in sort of the front end web development world, because that's the language you use to kind of control and automate and manipulate your web browser. So you definitely want to kind of get started learning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript if you aren't already familiar with those. So those are just the languages. You just kind of want to learn what they are, what their roles are in terms of why you use them in the web browser and that sort of thing. And that's just for kind of the front end, what you'd call front end. I know HTML and CSS. Okay, there you go. Well, yeah, so that's a good start. I would highly suggest learning JavaScript, because obviously if you're going to start getting into any serious kind of front end web development, you're going to be using JavaScript. And if you're interested in kind of doing the back end stuff, there's really a lot of different things you could do with that. But yeah, JavaScript is something that's very important in the web world. Because with HTML and CSS, you're showing things on screen, right? You're laying things out, you're picking your colors, your fonts and sizes, and getting everything set up that way, which is great. But then if you want things to happen, if you want your web page to actually do something, like when you click a button or that sort of thing, then you really need to start getting into JavaScript. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically you could, if you just use plain HTML and CSS, you could probably have some pretty nice and dynamic and like CSS does a lot of fancy things these days, in terms of resizing things, and kind of you could probably get away with a pretty nice like website that manipulates from desktop to mobile and all that sort of thing. But yeah, if you're going to start doing things, have your web page actually like doing important things, JavaScript's where you really want to be focusing on. So definitely plenty of good JavaScript tutorials out there. Probably a lot of bad ones too. But yeah, hope that helps a bit, F Society. Your background seems kind of spooky though. Haha. Oh yeah. That just dark whatever hole. I don't know. Just my I'm in my basement, so that's just like my storage room back over there, the furnace room. Yeah, somebody might come out the furnace there and grab me. Of the furnace room, not out of the furnace, out of the furnace room. So yeah, I guess I could probably turn my lights on and make it like less spooky, but hey, it's November 2nd. We just had Halloween. So, keep things spooky, I guess. Yeah, so we're trying to get this arrow position to be relative now to this navigation bubble here, I think is going to be the best thing. I play keyboard. Seems like you play piano. Oh, nice. I play piano in a very basic way, I guess. I play guitar. That's kind of my main. I got a couple guitars there. It's kind of my main instrument. But I do a lot of writing, and I use this as like a MIDI controller. Use this keyboard as a MIDI controller for recording music and everything. So, yeah. So I play piano. I mean, I can do a scale in C. And I can do that the way you're supposed to do it. But took piano lessons in high school. But otherwise, my piano skills are very basic. But I use it kind of to, as a MIDI controller, so I can like dial something in kind of a little bit, more when I'm actually recording something. Actually, I don't even have it hooked up right now, so I haven't even been using it for when I do music, but that's all right. Cool, cool. I'm probably going to sleep now. From India. All right. Nice. Well, we'll have a good night, F Society. Hope you get some good sleep. It's important. Yeah, and thanks for hanging out, and thanks for the follow and everything. Appreciate that. Yeah, so we're trying to get our arrow position relative to this bubble. My name is Amy. You can pronounce. Gotcha. Amy, I guess. Amy. Go with Amy. Well, have a good one, Amy. So this arrow, I'm trying to think of like the best way. I mean, I guess what we need to do is just find some sort of percentage off of this position here. So we're going to we'll take the position of this bubble, and then in our config file, we're going to store whatever that percentage is relative to the percentage of this relative to the height of the screen, if that makes sense. So we'll always this is more annoying than I'd like it to be, but hey, what can you do? Bye-bye. Hey, we'll see it. We'll see you, Amy. Have a good one. Amy. Sorry. Throwing in some HTML marquee there. So to get this, actually, I don't know if I can get the X position here of this. I might have to do like my own unit position thing. What did we do for this? 1350. Then we do maybe another 300, so 1600. All right, so forgive my thinking out loud here. I'm going to do, all right, so this is dumb. This is stupid. That didn't work. Screwed it all up. So I'm going to do arrow text, font. Not font. Now it's just arrow text, pose, X, nav ratio. I'll just call it. It's kind of dumb. So let's see. This will be like, I don't know, maybe 10%, maybe 7%. Do 0.07 for right now. Pose X offset should technically be like offset ratio nav. Pose X nav offset ratio. Yeah, I'll call it this for right now. Oh, no. Wait a minute. I'm not going to do... Oh, yeah, actually we could do that. All right. I'm going to do something a little kind of hacky and whatever to achieve this, but that's all right. So go back to our tutorial here. We will do... we're going to go up to step 2 here where we actually set up the positions. And we set the position Y here. We need to also set the position X as well. Or the font size, that's what I meant to say. Oh, no. That's we already set that. That's all right. We don't need to set that. we do need to do the x position here. So this dot step 3 arrow text dot pose dot x is going to equal, I guess, this dot nav meter dot nav bubbles, and we're just going to take, oops, we're going to take the first nav bubble. The nav bubbles don't go away. Their x positions don't change, I hope. Oh, at this point in time, we'd be fine. Hang on a second here. All right, so we've got our, we're going to just take the first nav bubble, which is going to be this one, and then I can get the x position of that. So dot pose dot x, and that's going to be plus, yeah, okay, so it's going to be the x of that plus, and then we're going to do this offset deal here. So config.tutorial.arrow text font blah 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 nav offset, and then we're going to multiply that by canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. Okay, so that should really give us our x position. And okay. Then we want to actually set that in our event handler for the window resize. So instead of this Y awful thing that I did, we're going to go up here, and we should be able to do the same exact thing. Okay. So now, okay, so that's not bad. That's a little closer than I wanted, but we can just tweak that now. But now everything should be good. Oh. Yeah. Everything is good there. Okay. Whoa, wait a minute there. What happened? What? Oh, the nav meter did. Okay. That's why we're like a little behind. Oh. All right, we've got ourselves an interesting little predicament here. Okay, so here's the problem. So our nav meter itself, that is the code, that is this thing here, tells you what bubbles you're supposed to pop, right? So I call it the nav meter. It's called that in the code. It doesn't really come up in terms of the game, itself, but the gameplay itself, but whatever. So the problem, so like if I resize the screen, you see our arrow's is in some other random spot. And the problem is because this code, the updated, basically this is orienting itself off of this. So the problem is basically that this size got updated after this got updated, if that makes sense. So like the code to update the position of this ran first when the nav meter was still in this position, and then this got updated. So our arrow did not actually use this updated position. So now I think I've got an actual solution for that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to just use a units-based system, or units-based coordinates for this, which I kind of also don't like doing. But what I'm saying is basically our circle here uses a units. The radius of this is 1,000 units. And the reason for that is for the online games, the server can generate positions, the bubbles positions in this units space, and then the clients will then just convert that unit space to pixels. So that's all that means. And what I'm saying I'm going to do now is just I'm going to use that arrow position off. I'm going to generate that off of. I'm going to use the units position for that. And that way I can at least orient it off of the center of our circle here. Anyway, I'm not going to explain all that right now in depth. So what I need to do is arrow text pose x units is basically what I need to change this to. So we're going to make that units, and then I'm going to say that this is going to be like 1,600 units, I think is maybe what we want. So now we're going to need to convert that to pixels. So, and then offset it. So let's look at Canvas Wrapper really quickly here. So we have, let's see, update sizes and positions, play area radius, pixels per unit. Okay. All right. So what we need to do is I'm going to go back to start step 2 here. We're going to take, this is taking way longer than I wanted it to. We're going 2 hours here, and I haven't even positioned this arrow where it needs to be. But that's all right. So now we want to do, I guess, half of the screens. We're going to do canvas wrapper dot half width. We're going to do plus. So this is going to be tutorial dot arrow text arrow pose x units, and then this is going to be multiplied by canvas wrapper dot pixels per unit, or is it dot sizes dot pixels per unit? Okay. So that should be what we want for the X position now. So let's set this same thing up in our resize handler. There we go. So let's do tutorial, there we go. And then now, there we are. All right, so now everything looks pretty good. Oh, we got the same problem with the Y now. Okay, so the X part worked, but the Y position is also screwed up. Ah, that's annoying. So it works okay when you like move things like this, because basically the arrow is all one frame behind, technically. If that makes sense. And then, but when you do this, now it's really far behind. Or we instantly snapped from one size to another. Whereas when you do it this way, the size changes are very incremental and small, so you don't really notice that this is not necessarily in sync. If that makes sense. Probably doesn't make sense, but that's all right. So if you moved this like really fast, you'd probably start to see a little more of an issue. You can actually see the arrow like lag behind. Kind of lag behind this, which makes sense because it's like one frame off. And the window resize is slow enough that you can see like the arrow. I don't know if that would show up on stream. That probably would. You can see the arrow is like lagging behind the yellow ball when it's like moving really fast. All right, so this is an interesting little challenge here. It's basically this position, this resizing is happening later. The resize event handler for this is happening after. And I'm trying to use, so then this arrow is resizing off of the previous position that was used. So it's not super apparent when you're just moving the screen here because all the little resizes are very incremental and small. But then when you just snap, like maximize the window, we have a big problem because it instantly went from a small size to like a very large size. So, and why does Chrome break that when you do that? Sup, Bia? What's going on, Snake Man? It's been a while. We gotta hang out. I'm doing a tutorial right now. Oh, the game's live, Snake Man. Did you know that? You can check it out. You can play it now. Oh yeah, I think I sent you a message about that. Populus.gg. It's there. Yeah, I got your text. Gotcha. Yeah. Maybe you responded and I didn't. Hang on a second here. Worked great on Chrome. Thanks. Nice. All right. Hang on. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here. A little potty break. We'll be right back. Sorry, I know you just got here, Snake Man. But we'll be right back. All right, we're back. Okay. So, yeah, so this was supposed to be just a simple little thing. Simple little positioning of the arrow here, and it's proving to be really annoying. Hang on a second. My cat is making a really loud meowing sound. I'm just going to make sure he's okay. One sec. All right. He's fine. He just normally doesn't meow when I close the door and leave him upstairs, but for whatever reason, and he was making a really loud noise. All right. So, yeah, this is an annoying little thing, and it's like it's probably never going to break anything, because the only time where this would be an issue is if somebody happened to just resize the screen during the tutorial. And it's probably not going to happen. Is it worth me spending a bunch of time on right now? No. And it would also only happen if you did the maximize. You know, it'd only be visibly a problem if you click the maximize. So, but this is kind of like making me think about you know, other little more of an think about this problem as a little more of an architectural thing rather than a rather than just like a whatever kind of just simple graphical issue thing right now. All right, well, let's come back to this. Let's come back to this. I'm going to keep moving on through our tutorial here. So we've got basically, we just completed step 2 of the tutorial now. So now I don't know if we actually want that to happen there, but oh, here we're calling step 3. So now start step 3 should run. Oops. Console log started step 3. Make sure that this actually works. So we do tutorial. We're on step 2 now. Started step 3. Okay, so we know all that logic's going. We just need to clean up some of this stuff. So I guess our arrow could get cleaned up now. Oh, actually, there's another thing I want to do. So I'd like the text to kind of change to say like, okay, move your mouse over the red bubble, blah, blah, blah. And it says pop the bubble that matches the color by the above arrow. So you pop orange. And then I'd like the text to change to like keep going. So I want to figure out how I should do that. So if we look up in our cursor down code here, we have the set target bubble ID. That's if the player popped the last bubble. So if the player pops a bubble, then technically we could just do this dot update animation, update and animate instruction text. I'm going to change this function to be called, we're going to change this to update instruction text. There we go. So now if we advance here, we want to do this dot update instruction text, and then it would just say like keep going or something like that. But as of right now, that would, well, all right. So now we've got move your mouse over the red bubble. We do that. We pop that first bubble. Now, when I pop this one, pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. We do that. Keep going. And then it does it again. Keep pop. So it should maybe be like keep popping or something. And everything, do the mistakes and stuff work? Yes. Keep popping. All right, so that's good. Yeah, and then this would also maybe just be in a condition of step 2 here. So this would be like if tutorial step, if cur step, this dot cur step equals tutorial step dot 2 or tutorial step 2. Then we'd only update this, and then we'd also say this dot update instruction text. I guess I'm just going to do this like horrible. If this dot instruction text dot text does not equal keep popping. I know this is kind of an awful thing to do, but whoops. Basically, if it doesn't already equal the keep popping, then I'll just one-liner this. Oops. All right, so this way it won't keep popping, because that kind of just implies, hey, just keep going, right? Now, the problem is I don't know what the next step should be. I'm not too sure exactly what it should be. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. That's pretty clear, right? So then you're just repeating that same action you just learned. Keep popping. And then we go on to step 3, which I don't know. I don't know exactly what should be explained for step 3. Like if you make a mistake, and the thing is, like, so far everything that I've explained in the game has just been like stuff the player can do easily. Right? Like a 1-word command, pop the bubble, move your, or like not 1-word command, but like just a singular command, move your mouse over the red bubble. That's simple enough. Do that. Pop the red bubble, and then it tells you how to do it. And then pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. So like, again, just a single command. And then keep popping. So that should be clear that, oh yeah, now I got to pop this one now. But I don't know like how I want to do. Yeah, I'm just trying to think like, how do I want to do that so that like I'm giving the player something to do to continue. Without like giving them a button, like next, go click next when done after you've read the text or whatever. It's like everything so far has been really nice that it's like move mouse over the red bubble. Okay. Then I can, keep moving the game forward, like the tutorial forward, just by the player following the instructions. If the player doesn't do anything, it's just going to sit here forever, which is fine. Because I like the player like not going to the next step until they do whatever they were supposed to do. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. Now a very clear pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. So that's pretty clear, I guess. And then keep popping. Hopefully that you kind of see that that's what you're supposed to do. And then I kind of want to like explain mistakes or like checkpoints. Neris made a suggestion before in the chat. And I want to see what he said again because it kind of inspired me here. Neris said, making a mistake reverts your progress to the last checkpoint. I think would be enough to just add something like checkpoint reached near those flying small bubbles. Yeah. Making a mistake reverts your progress to the last checkpoint. Yeah, because like I'm trying to think of like how I'd like to explain what the mistakes are so that it's kind of like clear that if your mouse goes outside of the boundary circle, that's a mistake. Yeah, because like it'd be nice to explain that if you're, yeah, that moving, and I could maybe just have the play. I could have the. Let's see. I could just do like this, this, this. Okay, then we get rid of the arrow. Let's just try it. Let's just try something like that. I'm going to see how it feels. So we destruct the nav meter, and then we could also destruct the... Let's get rid of the arrow. So we do this dot step 3 arrow text dot destruct. So if we do that, okay, so that gets rid of that, and then we would change the text to step 2, start step 2, update instruction text. So we could do that, I guess, up here. Where am I? Okay. Yeah, then we would, I guess, do that right here. We would say moving outside of, oops, outside of the boundary circle. I don't know what to call it. Moving the mouse out of the boundary circle counts as a mistake. Let's just see what that looks like here. So moving the mouse out of the boundary circle counts as a mistake. Yeah. Man. And I could like repurpose the animation here. I could do like repurpose our whatever, our arrow animation, I could do this dot step 3 arrow anim. What is that called? Arrow step 3 arrow anim dot set reset values. No, actually, we don't reset values. We don't need to do that. We just call reset. And then we could do this dot step 3 arrow anim. Oops, step 3 arrow anim dot set on tick. To look at our timer here and see. Set on elapsed. Ooh, you can't update the on tick. Moving the mouse out of the boundary circle counts as a mistake. Man, I do not know what I want to do. This is annoying. I had all weekend to think about this, and I didn't. Because I really like the format of our tutorial so far, where it's like a command. Every line down here, every line of text is like a command to do something. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. That's pretty clear, I think. Keep popping. Moving the mouse out of the boundary circle counts as a mistake. I mean, I could like instruct the player to make all the mistakes, because there's 3 types of mistakes. There's hitting the boundary circle, popping the wrong bubble, this is way more complicated than I really want it to be. Moving the mouse out of the boundary circle counts as a mistake. Yeah, do I like... Like I could show maybe like... Maybe I could show like a mistake counter and then just say, move your mouse outside of the boundary circle. But that's like... And then count the mistakes. Moving the mouse out of the boundary circle counts as a mistake. Huh. Maybe that's good enough. Like maybe I don't need to explain mistakes. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. Then maybe it could say pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. Maybe that's all we need. Until I can think of something more robust or more clever. All right, I'm going to take like a tiny little snack break. My stomach's kind of rumbling. So I'm going to do that. And then we'll be back. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a bit here. All right, I'm back. Sorry, that was a little longer than I was hoping it to be. Little lunch, snack, break, whatever. Badger's back and playing, it looks like. All right, so I was thinking a little bit while I was eating. I had a caramel apple and some cheese. That was kind of my lunch. Maybe not the best lunch. For supper, I'll be sure to get some more vegetables for dinner. But it's good enough for now. So I was thinking a little more about the tutorial. And I'm really thinking now, like let's have the tutorial. Well, obviously the button and everything, we need to figure out that. When you start the tutorial, I think I'm going to do move your mouse over the red bubble, pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. You pop these 3 bubbles, pop the bubbles that matches the color of the arrows above. And then that's it. And then there's a little bug in here. Snake Man. Wasn't that Half-Life with the caution sign? This is something like caution. If you read this sign, you will be punished. Or something like that. That doesn't ring any bells. Could be. Totally could be. I don't remember that, though. You mean like, was it a hidden thing or something? I remember you sending it to me. Maybe it was Portal. Yeah, it sounds that sounds like something from Portal. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what that could have been that I sent to you. Well, so what I'm thinking now is instead of this text that I have here, like it would just be, you do this, there you go, you pop these bubbles, and then maybe it would like everything would disappear, and then there'd just be text. Or maybe this would just change to pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. So let's actually try that. I'm going to do this dot step 3 arrow anim dot destruct. And then maybe just pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. And then yeah, I think we're going to do that for right now, because I could spend like a week trying to... I've already spent over a week working on the tutorial now, or about a week working on the tutorial. But I've already spent too much time just like trying to figure this out, and I should be focusing on kind of more important things. And I feel like this gives you the idea of how to play the game. Like that's kind of the bare minimum, like pop bubbles to win. And it's like pretty obvious, like if you miss a bubble, that's probably bad. If you try to pop, or if you pop the wrong bubble, it's like kind of obvious, like that should be bad. So I don't need to like explicitly explain maybe like, oh, that's a mistake. And like the checkpoint thing, like I don't explain that to everybody who comes and watches the game here now, but they seem to understand. Well, the checkpoint thing isn't so necessary to understand. Like, you might not exactly understand why you have to go back and pop a certain bubble or whatever, but yeah. So I kind of like just saying pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. We'll also destruct the play area here. So this dot play area dot destruct. And then it would be like, okay, move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. Pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. And then maybe it could just go straight into the practice round. Or maybe it could just kick you back to the main menu and not do, whoops. What? What in the world is going on here? What? Oh. What? Okay. Okay, there's something. What in the world? Why wouldn't that? All right, we've got some little bug here where if you go, so we start the page fresh, we go to tutorial, we pop this bubble, and if we make it all the way through the tutorial, that's great. We click X, we go back to the tutorial, then something's screwed up here. So that's really bizarre, actually. All right, let's do CLG this dot bubbles I. This dot bubbles I. This dot bubbles, and then we'll print this dot target bubble ID. Okay, so if I do that here, bubble and 0. So bubble. Okay. Whoops. Great. That's weird. What? All right, hang on. I gotta grab my coffee real quick. 1 second. All right. Thanks for holding, everyone. I got my coffee now. Rocking my Mr. mug today here. Oh, what in the world? All right, so I don't know. I always hate it when like coffee gets on the bottom. Like I'm pretty sure I didn't spill, but like somehow I end up with like coffee ring on the bottom. Got a little coaster here on my desk, but nonetheless, it's still kind of annoying. All right, so I'm not sure what in the world is going on here, because like when we click X, like when I quit from the tutorial here, that should really be blowing any data of the tutorial away. But it's like, it's obvious that something... Oh, wait a minute. No, that's right. The ID of this bubble is 0. Huh. Oh, I got it. I got this. All right. So something's not getting destructed properly. Hang on. Let's go in here, do that, and then let's back out and then go in again. Okay, that works. So if we go that far, everything's fine. So I can keep quitting. But it's only once we go to this point here where stuff goes bad. So it looks to me kind of like we have 2 mouse clicks firing. Almost. Yeah, it looks to me, well, 2 mouse clicks aren't firing, but like the mouse obviously is only clicking once, but it looks like we've got like maybe multiple listeners set up or something. Okay, so let's refresh this. The reason why I say that, yeah, it's because like our little indicator like looks a little different. If we like go through this, then go back, then try it again. Yeah, okay, so it's like the cursor effect manager did not destruct properly when we ended the game, when we quit the tutorial. So is that not getting close or destructed here? What do we have in our destruct? Cursor effect manager.destruct. It's there. Retro, hi again. Hey, Evan, what's going on? Hope you finished the whole game while I was gone. Well, we certainly got pretty close. No, basically I just lined up the arrow in the tutorial. It's pretty much all I did. No, and right now I've got this weird issue where if you like finish the tutorial but then go back, it's like broken. And like it doesn't, like something's wrong here now. Like I played through the tutorial, now I'm trying to pop this bubble and like something is clearly not right. It won't let me do it. And if I play the normal game, even the normal game is busted. Look at that. Wow. All right, so some listener or something is getting stuck. All right, so let's look at every single... Okay, so we passed the tutorial, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things here. And we are taking all 7, Play area, 2, 3. Okay, no, that's extra. 3, 4, 5, 6. 5, 6, 7. Okay, and the nav meter is a separate thing. So then we destruct 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we also, ooh, that's not right. Okay, then if the nav meter is something, we destruct that as well. Oh. All right, let me write all of these things down quick. Basically, I'm just going to keep track of all the things that are supposed to get destroyed at the end. So we've got a play area, got instruction text, got cursor trail, got cursor effect manager. We've got the first bubble, we've got bubbles. We've got step 3 arrow text. Whoa. And we've got step 3 arrow anim for the animation. Okay, so that's what gets set up initially. Those 7 things, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tutorial, cursor effect manager, bubble 1. Okay. That looks great. Okay, so then destructing, we technically have one additional thing. So here we've got play area. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just move this up to match. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things. But then we got an 8th thing, which is the nav meter, which is right, because that comes later. So that gets set up later. But that's getting destructed when you close the tutorial. So here, if I make, okay, let's go up to, if we go up to step 2, everything seems fine. So if I go tutorial, we go here, we let's make it like part of the way through step 2. We go back, we quit, we start. Everything's fine still. So it's only something that happens in step 3 that breaks it. Pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. Okay, so it's got to be just something that happens in step 3. So we destruct all the bubbles. We destruct all the bubbles. We destruct our nav meter. We destruct our arrow text and our arrow animation. We destruct the play area. This stuff. so this is weird. It really looks like we have, oh, wait a minute here. Actually, tutorial. This will tell us. Right now we've got a cursor effect manager going. I have a feeling. Oh, look at that. That's a problem there. So our tutorial is still running. That doesn't make sense. Because when you click the X button, the tutorial should go away. All right, let's look at our application file here. All right, so for whatever reason, the tutorial ended, doesn't go away. Tutorial.destruct, tutorial's null. Conquer, what does the pop method do again? I forgot. I found it. Hey, Conquer, welcome to the chat. Yeah, actually, I had the pop method up there. Wherever it was. Not this pop method. This is my own pop method. And I just was like confusing myself when I was looking at that. But I think you were talking about this pop method. So the pop method, well, if I hover over it, no, it's not going to say it. If you have an array of things, the pop method, I mean, I know you just found it, but I'm just going to act all like I know what I'm talking about. The pop method just pulls an item off the end of the array. So, yep. I got that right? Yeah, pop pulls the one off the end. Push pushes it. If you do push, that pushes an item onto the end of the array, and then pop pulls it off the end of the array, and shortens the, removes the item from the array and returns it. Right? Indeed. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So I'm popping a bubble off. That's a confusion of terms there, because like I said, a bubble can actually be popped. So a bubble itself has a pop method, but that's not what I'm calling here. I'm calling the pop method on the array prototype of the array to pop a bubble off. Then I'm calling destruct on the bubble. That's what I'm doing there. Yeah, so that's confusing. We popping off in the, yeah. Yes. Actually, I thought about that when I was doing the bubble popping thing, because I was like, maybe I should change the method name to something else just so I don't like confuse myself. But sure enough, here, if you just like glance at this really quick, you're like, oh yeah, popping a bubble. But no, this is the actual array pop method. That's fun. Yeah, so technically a valid thing would be this dot bubbles dot pop. That would be technically valid if you did that, even though these two methods are like completely different things. Yeah, fun naming things. But yeah, welcome to the chat, Conquer. I think I said that already, but yeah, welcome nonetheless. All right, so I realize my tutorial is not getting destructed when you click X, because I'm at the main menu, but my console log that's inside of the tutorial is still firing here. Look at that on click. So something really bad is happening. Or I'm just not calling the right event handler here, or the wrong event is firing here maybe. I don't know. I'm just going to say tutorial ended. So let's do the tutorial. If I click X, tutorial ended. If I do this again, let's pop some bubbles. Let's hit X. Tutorial ended. But we still have a tutorial. And worse, yeah, that's not good. That is not good. Because then when we go back to the tutorial, now we have like 2 bubbles somehow. That's really bad. So tutorial.destruct is getting called, but is tutorial... Let's try this real quick. I'm gonna have this, I'm gonna keep the method start step 3 here, but we're not gonna do anything else that's inside of this. So start step 3 happens once we pop all the bubbles in the tutorial. So let's do this. We pop these bubbles. That's fine. We click X. Tutorial ended. Now we're fine. So it's something that happens. What in the world? It's something that happens right in here. That's very bizarre. All right, I know I just took my lunch break, but I'm going to take another little bathroom break, so I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. All right, we'll be right back in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Better mute so you don't hear farts. I'm just kidding. All right, I'm back. So, so for whatever reason, something in here happens, and then our tutorial like doesn't destruct properly, or like let's just kind of go by this kind of piecemeal here. So here we go. Okay, so we quit, we start. So that works. Okay. So is it something with the play area that is breaking this? Or when we destruct the play area? Yeah. Look at that. Okay, it's something with the destruction of the play area. So all this other stuff can be there. Tutorial this. Okay, so all that is fine. But unless we if we destruct that tutorial, or the play area, then we screw something up royally. And I guess it's something with calling destruct on the play area twice. Oops. If I go here, we do this, we do that. Okay. So I guess it's something when we destruct the play area twice, we are having our issue. So let's clean up some of this stuff here. We don't need a bunch of this stuff open. Okay, so play area. That's weird. Nothing in the play area should really be screwed up if we call destruct on it twice. Entity. Yeah, because clearly what ends up happening is well, and it's not even an issue of the play area, because it's like the event listener, our event listener is still there, the cursor down event listener. Yeah, the tutorial is still... What? Okay, there's something really messed up here then. All right, hang on. Right. This is what's supposed to happen. Okay. So, okay, so we've got another problem. Because now if we do a tutorial and then we quit. So right now what I'm doing is the tutorial object is listening for mouse clicks for cursor down events, and then it's firing off a is just logging the bubbles to the console that are in the tutorial, but that doesn't really matter what. It doesn't really matter what is exactly being fired to the console. Just that the tutorial listener, event listener, is firing events to the console, right? When we're in the tutorial, that's right, but when we click X, it's supposed to stop. But actually what's happening here is more of those events are firing. So we're not like properly cleaning up the tutorial somehow. I think I know what it is. Whenever you override the destruct function, you must still call super.destruct. That's the problem. Yeah, that was bad. Okay. I'm glad that's all it was. It's terrible that it took me that long to figure that out, but nonetheless. All right, so now, you know, the tutorial is firing off these events. That's great. Then we click X. Now the tutorial is no longer firing off those events because its event listener got pulled out. So that's great. So now let's see if our issue we had before is fixed, which I believe it should be. So, okay, we'll leave the console log in there for right now. Okay, so start step 3. We're gonna leave all of that. Tutorial. I'm gonna play through the entire tutorial here. Okay. Click X. Okay. There we go. Everything's fine now. So I don't know exactly why something went weird there with that specific case, but I think we're okay. All right, so now what I want to do, I was explaining this before. I'd like our tutorial just to be the very simple right now. Like I would spend a bunch of time. I could probably spend a couple more days like dialing in all this stuff for the tutorial that really isn't even that important. Because I think the tutorial right now is good enough. It's good enough for explaining how the mechanic, you know, what the player does, and like everything else is kind of implicitly like, you know, you're supposed to pop bubbles. Okay, so move your mouse over the red bubble. That's good. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Like that's the most important part, you know, as far as popping bubbles, right? Then this like explains the navigation meter on the side, and then, you know, you kind of, hopefully that is clear. And like that's all you need to know to like play the game. And like if you make a mistake, that's kind of obvious that if you crashing into the boundary circle maybe isn't obvious that that's a mistake. But I don't know. I think the player should kind of figure that out. So, and like it's obvious that if you pop out here, you miss the bubble, right? Like it's obvious that that shouldn't count, as that shouldn't be good, right? That's a mistake. Or if you pop the wrong bubble, so like I'm supposed to pop the teal one here and I pop this blue one. It's pretty obvious that, oh, you did the wrong thing. So it's not, maybe it doesn't have to be necessarily clear that, you know, the concept of mistakes, but I think the player would figure that out pretty fast. And then once you play a normal game for 30 seconds, at the end there, you'll see like mistakes. So you'd kind of, I think, have a good idea of what's wrong, of what's actually wrong. So, yeah, and like I was saying, I feel like I could probably spend like a whole week just like dialing in all the, you know, not that much time, but I could probably spend a couple days like figuring out all the things I'd want the tutorial to include, and it could be like a very robust tutorial, but I don't think that really makes too much sense. So, there's a little ladybug on my wall. I thought it was a spider. If it's a ladybug, I'll let it live. All right, so what I'm thinking is we like show this text, pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds, and then maybe like this. I'd like from here that the tutorial, you like from here, pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. So here we're like seamlessly transitioning from the tutorial into like the normal game. I feel like that makes the most sense to have. Maybe not. But because in the tutorial here, you go, you just pop these 3, like it instructs you how to pop these 3 bubbles. And then now it's like just pop as many as you can in 30 seconds. So like then you dive into like the normal game. And then it's off to the races, right? But I'm trying to think of like how to kind of seamless, like do you leave? Because everything in the tutorial so far is like user, like you only advance further in the tutorial. There's like nothing timed. So like the user, you know, the player could just sit here forever at one step in the tutorial. So which is nice because I can like just simply advance like forward in the tutorial by the player interacting with the elements of the tutorial, right? So move your mouse over the red bubble. Once the player does that, then I can show the new text on the screen. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. So I hit the spacebar. Now I'm on a new thing here. Oh, what is all of this? Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. Oh, there's an arrow up there. Okay, well then I just learned how to pop bubbles in the last step, so I'll do that. Keep popping. Whoops, keep popping. Oh, I didn't think about that, but that's fine. I think it could still say keep popping even if you make a mistake here. Keep popping, and then the arrow is now pointing at the brown one, right? So then maybe that makes sense to have, and then once you're done, like hopefully that's very clear. I feel like it's clear. I haven't tested the tutorial out on someone who doesn't know how to play the game yet. But but then what do we do here where we say pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds? Like, do we leave this up on the screen for like 3 seconds and then hope the player is like reads it in time? Like, is not like, oh, what is this? Oh, pop as many bubbles as you can, you know? That's the nice thing about kind of just the steps here, just like go automatically forward as the player like does things. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by whatever. Yeah, I really want to see somebody actually try this tutorial blind and see what it's like. Pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. And then it could just transition to this. And I feel like the player should know everything they need to know now. I mean, there's no little arrow showing them there, but it should be implied like, oh yeah, that's the bubble I'm trying to get. And there's this new component over here that's a timer. I'd be curious to see how well people pick up on the game just jumping in without tutorial. Yeah, somebody, there was somebody in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's well, he or she is still around. Belauzas. And they were saying, I'll just say just going on Twitch statistics. He said that his quote here from the chat was, I tried the first time and I failed bad because I couldn't understand. But on the second run, I hit score 30. So, yeah, so like he really didn't figure it out. I mean, just trying it once. And yeah, it would be interesting to see if people pick it up. But I really don't think, I feel like the UI is just not clear enough. Like, well, because I mean, if you really have no idea what you're doing, like you might see that things hover here. One of the things I'd like to tweak, and I'm kind of sidetracking here a bit, but for the UI, one of the things I think I might change is making this, the bubble you're supposed to pop, like even more big, like even bigger, and then maybe like putting another little like black, like a ring like this, like the boundary circle, like around that, just to like kind of even emphasize it further. And then maybe like center it up as, you know, center it up along the y-axis of the center of this, of the play area here. So it's kind of like right here, really big. And then the other ones would kind of maybe even like curve around the circle here, curve around the, so instead of just like these being all the same y-axis, or sorry, the same x-axis. These are all share the same x-axis, right? But instead, maybe they'd like curve along the radius of our circle, of our boundary. And then this one would maybe even be a little bigger and like a little more like, I don't know, clear that that's like the main one to go for. And that might help with that aspect of like somebody just diving right in. But at the same time, like, I don't know if somebody just plays this game, like, and they have no idea what it is. Like, for example, if they hop on Twitch and they just see or whatever in my description that, oh, play my game or something. Oh, let's see what this guy's game is. They click the link. And maybe I'm doing something completely different, or maybe I'm taking a dump or whatever, and I have my be right back message on. And there's no tutorial. Like how, like what does it look like when you see, because the name of the game's Populus, like it's not clear what type of game it is at all. This is what you would see. Like you hit the play button, right? Like I feel like that's kind of clear. And then you see like this thing moving down, but I don't know if it's time or if it's something else. I mean, I guess it's time. But I see this like circle with things in it, and I see these colors here that maybe the sizes don't really match. Like maybe these two are kind of similar size. This one's there, but the blue one is not the same size. And there's no purple one over here, so I don't know what that means. But am I supposed to like click here? Am I supposed to click somewhere else? Yeah. I don't know, but I feel like even with this tutorial, like I don't need to explain how the checkpoint system works or how the how the mistake things work, like that stuff's not even that important. Like I was kind of saying before, like it's pretty clear that like if you know, from the tutorial side here, you click tutorial, move your mouse over the red bubble. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Like I hope it's obvious that like, okay, I'm starting here, move your mouse over the red bubble. Oh, okay. Pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. So like if you go off, then the instructions flips back to move your mouse over the red bubble. So it's kind of like telling you to, okay, move your mouse over the red bubble. When you finally do, and then you see that instruction, pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking, I guess that, you know, should be pretty clear what that is. And then it just goes right into pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. So I feel like that's kind of clear that it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm supposed to pop the blue one then. Hopefully that's clear. So then, okay, I popped the blue one. And then now it says keep popping, and assuming you didn't make a mistake and it reverts back to blue, you should see, okay, purple, and this one, right? And I feel like you've got from that point on, like you know how to play the game then. You might not understand what the mistake thing is. Not that that even really matters anyway, because at the end of the day, the mistake thing is just a number that's a stat at the end of the game. So it's like mistakes aren't even like a concept as far as in the game goes, except for just some number at the stats screen at the end, on the stats screen at the end. And it's like obvious like that if you make a mistake, you go back. But like when you're playing the game quickly, I don't think about checkpoints or anything, you know, like I know the checkpoint. In fact, I'm even thinking about scrapping it because it's kind of just like, it kind of just introduces, the checkpoint thing just kind of introduces like a little bit of like a random, like some mistakes are going to cost you more than other mistakes. Is in other words, is what the checkpoint system is saying. Like if you are about to make it to the next checkpoint, but then you make a mistake, then that's like, it just feels, I don't know, like, because you don't, as you're playing the game, you really don't care about checkpoints. Like I don't care about that 4 bubbles is a checkpoint. I'm just playing, I'm popping bubbles as fast as I can, you know. I'm just like flying, trying to go. Whoop. You know, just as fast as I can, whatever. And then only at the end here do you see the mistakes thing, right? That, oh, I made 5 mistakes. I don't, you know, you might, as a new player who has no idea, oh, I guess I don't know what that necessarily meant, mistakes, but I think it's pretty inherent or pretty obvious that that means you popped the wrong bubble or something like that. And like I feel like the red thing is like bad. You know, I think it's kind of clear that like that's a mistake. Like maybe this isn't so clear. I don't know. All right, I'm going to run back upstairs, grab some more coffee real quick. Be right back. Dang it. Did it again. It ran down the stairs real fast and coffee got on the handle. It's all over the bottom now. All right. Well, we fixed our issue with that. We fixed our issue with the tutorial thing now. So that's great. Let's get rid of this. Now, let's try to yeah. So at this point, I'm going to spit the player into it'd be nice to just spit the player right into the practice mode. Well, which is currently just the play mode. The only mode. All right, I'm going to stop playing. So the question I'm trying to answer right now, let's refresh here. Did I cleared that out now, right? Okay. So man, this tutorial has now become like one of the biggest files we have. Right? Because like even our normal game's up to 326, but it's not terrible. Anyway. So I want to look at our countdown timer code here, because that is what count text timer. Okay. So the timer is kind of the important part here, where we have a callback. Create on elapsed. Okay, so you do pass a all right, so let's look at our app file here quick. Player, we don't need that. All right, so we could end the tutorial. We could like maybe end the tutorial automatically. Yeah, like maybe we could just have this pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. And then maybe have that on the screen for like 3 seconds or something. And then we could do, okay, so we got marathon started. So let's try something like this. I'm going to create a timer. So if you make it to step 3 of the tutorial, so I guess we'll say this dot end timer equals null. And then if we make it to the end, so if we make it to, let's see, do start step 3, we do the new text, and then maybe we do this dot end timer. Whoops, equals new timer auto import. And we do a max dir of like 1500 or 2 seconds maybe. And then we don't care about on. I guess we do destruct on elapse equals false. Do on elapse. On elapsed, we're going to have a function here. Oops. So this is going to be the important part where we will do, we want to kill our tutorial. So then it will be this dot destruct. Oh, no. We'll just call this, we'll call tutorial ended. So we'll do event emitter dot emit tutorial ended, and then we will do did I call this match started now, or is this old? Oh, marathon started. Okay, this is old stuff for right now. So then we'll call marathon started. So basically just, I didn't want that. We end the tutorial and start a practice match here. So that should do everything we would need. Yeah, in theory, that's all we need. Then the marathon sets up the countdown timer. So it would be like tutorial, pop, doot, doot, doot. Pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. Oh, I didn't call. We need to make sure we destruct this .end timer. So then we will this .end timer .destruct. Yeah, okay. And then we do this .end timer .init. So we do tutorial, play through the tutorial, pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. And then the game starts. Feel like that's probably good enough for right now, at least. We'll go through the tutorial. Maybe this needs to be like slightly longer instead of like. So. Or maybe Yeah, that's kind of all you need at this point. Just like pondering if this is exactly what I want to do. So pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. What was that? What is that? Oh, it's up to 3 seconds now. Yeah, maybe we just... It'd be nice if maybe we could like... what I was thinking is like maybe having this message somehow tie into... It's like this message, pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. Somehow tie into this screen here, the countdown timer screen. But, and I could do something like that, but... I'd like maybe make the countdown timer screen like longer, so it's like 5 seconds or so, or like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 or something like that. And then, yeah, like it could be, because here just you hit play and then starting in, it just says starting in 3, 2, 1. But then, like maybe it would give you just like a little extra buffer to read the thing. Pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. Yeah, like I could have, and then what would happen is basically you destruct, you pop these bubbles, and then at that point in time, it would kill the game. Do the normal, fire off the countdown timer. Yeah, no. I'm thinking too hard about this. Thinking too hard. Yeah. I think this is good enough. All right, so let's... I feel like this is good enough. Like, good enough for now, at least. I can go back and do a pass later, like if the tutorial needs to be buffed up more. We will do that. All right, so let's clean up the code here in the tutorial class itself. So we've got some strings we should probably throw into our yeah, let's have, have some text parts here. We'll have step 1 hover text equals something. We'll have step 1 pop text equals something. We'll have step 2 start text equals something, and then we'll have step 2 continue text, keep popping text equals something. All right, so it'll be, let's see, tutorial. So this is the move your mouse over the red bubble. So that's what we want for our step 1 hover text. So that we make this config.tutorial.step1 hover text. And then this one is the step 1 pop text. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. I actually want to copy and paste the text out first. Okay, and then this will be config.tutorial.step1 pop text. Let's see. Keep popping, that's going to be the text for, whoops. Keep popping text. Tutorial. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. That's going to be the start text. I think that's all we need. And then there's going to be the end text, I guess. End text. Okay, so that will be, whoops. That will be pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. Maybe I should change this to, instead of 30, it would be $conf. Oh, no. Time length, marathon.time length. All right, I'm variabilizing this the 30 seconds here, and I'm gonna do that. Time length divided by 1,000. In case I change that, then at least these other things will change responsibly. Responsibly? I don't know what that's not the word I was trying to say. I'm still on my vacation brain. Oh, got a little like canker sore, whatever, under my tongue. So the acid from the coffee just kind of zings it a little, you know? You know what I mean? All right, so I think we've got all the text and stuff in the right spot. So let's do, all right, so we want to do config.tutorial.end text. We just got to plug all these into the correct spots here. So we've got step 2, pop the bubble that matches the color. So that's this. It's config.tutorial.step2 step 2 start text, and then We have the keep popping here, which needs to be config.tutorial.step2 keep popping text. I believe that was everything we wanted. Just kind of eyeball this here. Okay, so this one here is our first one. We're going to do config.tutorial.step1 hover text. All right, so let's check to make sure we plugged all those in correctly. We go tutorial. Move your mouse over the red bubble. That looks good. Pop the red bubble by pressing spacebar or clicking. Move your mouse over there. Nice. Then we've got pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. Boom. Keep popping. Looked like keep pooping for a second there. All right, and then we do that. Great. And then pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. Nice. Okay, so we've now nice and variabilized our strings there. The one thing I want to do also is the end time length. We'll call it. I don't know what else to call that. So end time length 3000 milliseconds, which I think is what I have plugged in. So that would be right here. Config.tutorial.end time length. Okay. Oh, and this tutorial step thing, I could move these. I should maybe move that out. I don't know. Honestly, that's probably okay there. The animations. Yeah, honestly, like, I don't know if I care about putting all those animations. Like, leaving the duration here of this is probably fine. That's what I do for a bunch of this other stuff. All the animation times for a lot of things are all in line. Okay. Oof. Yeah. All right. Take a quick bathroom break. We'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. I know I keep taking bathroom breaks, but go easy on me, all right? I'm staying hydrated. All right, I am back. Okay, so We are moving along relatively swimmingly with our tutorial. We just cleaned up some of the variables. I think that's all we want to do as far as cleaning up anything that's inside of the... Ooh, maybe I could move that out to our config file. That might be a good idea. Let's do that. Arrow, we'll say the arrow text, the step 3 arrow. Or we'll just say arrow text. I don't know. Oh, and this isn't even step 3 anymore. This is part of step 2. So let's call these step 2 now. I'm going to do a find replace. So anywhere it says step 3 and arrow, I don't want to match whole word. Let's do step 2 arrow. Yeah, so anywhere it says step 3 arrow, we're just going to change it to step 2 arrow. Okay, great. And then let's actually put our little Unicode arrow there into our config file. Tutorial.arrow string, arrow text, I guess. We'll just say step 2 arrow. I guess we'll say arrow text. And we're going to just copy and paste that little guy out right there. And then I can just pull this from config.tutorial.step2 arrow text. I don't really like how I'm using the name for the string as like the name of our text object, but whatever. Who's paying attention anyway? I'm sure not. So everything's looking good so far. We got our arrow. It's working there still. It's the right string and everything. The right Unicode character. Looks good. Pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds. And then we start. And then we go. Hopefully that's nice and clear. I'm going to have to find some people who haven't played the game yet at all. And really who have no idea what the game is about. We'll have to have them try it. All right. Okay, so now the only last thing is lining up our tutorial button. Like that's really the only thing. Or fixing another bug here. Cannot read property destruct of null tutorial.js 207. Ah, I bet you that's our timer, isn't it? Isn't it? Is it? Yeah, I'd need to do if this dot end timer. There we go. All right, and if we quit this early, we're still fine because our timer destructed there properly. Beautiful. Okay. So lining up our tutorial button is going to be way more of a pain than I want it to be. Well, first, let's pick an actually good color. I don't like that forest green or whatever it is. It's maybe not quite as dark as forest green, but it's pretty close. It's pretty dark. Got a squeaky chair in here. All right. So we need to pick a better color for the tutorial, And yeah, maybe let's try like, let's look at what I want to see what this red. This is the same red as the quit button, right? I have to wait all the way till the end. I can just look it up myself. So if we go to our main menu, let's go to our main menu and let's look at also our stat screen page here where we also have some buttons. Oh, we've got retry button and quit button. Okay, so never mind. We need to look at stat screen creator. Ooh, that's something that should get moved to its own little... Yeah, I haven't moved this. Static stats screen dot create. All right, I don't need to do this now, but I'm just making a note to clean this up later at some other point in time. All right, so I want to see, okay, I want to look at the quit button here. So the quit button is 250 red, 50 green, 0 blue. And I'm pretty sure that's the same as our main menu button. What was it? 250, 50, 0? 250, 50, 0. Okay. So I don't really want that to be the color of the tutorial button. 250, that'll look kind of weird. 250, 50, 0. Yeah, that's no good. So it should be like I really don't want to make this like a yellow color. All right, so what do we do? If we do like, for whatever reason, like green gets really bright. Like if I do this, yeah, green is just, why is that? What is the science behind? Like if you have an RGB color and you do one color that's just pure red, so R100, R255, and blue and green are 0. You do just pure red. It's like bright, but not that bright. But if you do pure blue, it's also like bright, but not that bright. But you do pure green, it's like very bright for some reason. Like this is just pure green versus like pure blue. It's not even pure green. Like pure blue is really dark, right? Is it because like technically versus if you go like pure red, let's do just pure red. It's like not, I mean it's like bright, but it's not, I don't know. The green is like very light and you can't, like I can read the white background text beautifully there. And if I make it 255 blue, I can read the background text even better. But then green is like it's like a lot whiter. Yeah, like there it's like just, it's hard to read the white. That's interesting. I need to study up on my color theory or something. On my other monitor here, it's slightly muted versus on my main screen here. It's not quite as bright, but this monitor, my other monitor, has some issues, I think. So anyway, color theory issues aside, that has nothing to do with what we're even really trying to solve, but currently. But I don't know what color I want this tutorial button to be. Like maybe like an orange color. What if we do the following our two. Oh no. So this is the red of our title logo, right? So what if I went like maybe 100 green? That would make it more orange. But is it too close to the red now? But or what if we went like, what were to happen if we went 255 blue? Now we're starting to go like kind of. Okay, so that's the other color. Never mind. That's this color already. But if we went like 250 green, this is I think what I was maybe trying to do. 250 green. Yeah, that's way too bright. And if we did 250 green, 100 red, it's the same story. It's like way too, yeah, way too bright. Maybe a gray. That's what it should be. It should be gray. What was I thinking? What is the color of our quit button? 175, 175, 175. That's what we're doing. Because the tutorial is not special. It shouldn't have any fancy colors to it. Yeah, it should just be gray. Should be maybe darker than that, but I think that's good enough for now. Because otherwise we're having too many colors. I mean, obviously the game's somewhat a colorful game, but yeah, I think that gray is good enough. All right, so now how do I want to line these up is the tricky thing. You know what? It should probably be like, let's try this. All right, I know this is kind of boring stuff here. This is like boring graphic stuff. But what if we do that? We do GIMP. We do a new 1080p window. We pick F1, F1, F1 for our background. Paste that. All right. And then I'm going to simply cut out these other elements here. So we're going to Control X, paste to new layer. I'm going to grab the title here. Oops. Control X, paste to new layer. Grab the big button. We can delete this layer. All right, so now we've got something we can move around of all these little individual parts here. So I'm thinking, like, let's maybe line everything up maybe like that. Populus. Oof. It's like, what do we have right now? And I don't even really like the way the stuff's lined up right now. But we need something where, like, these elements are... But then we'd be fitting that in... This would then be, like, centered up. Or do we do maybe even something like this now? Something way more radical, if I can say that. Or does that look kind of lame? That looks kind of lame. So right now, everything, it's recentered and kind of, it recenters and sizes up nicely, somewhat nicely, like that. But we could definitely play. We got a lot of like white space percentage wise above the text here and below. Like I'd say we got like 25% up and if not even more, maybe like slightly more than 25% space on top and the sides, or the top and the bottom, that we could be making more, we could be making better use of. Whereas like Populus play tutorial, I'm kind of like eyeballing. I'm kind of like lining these up, like their centers up. The little red circle there. Maybe that's kind of dumb, but yeah. Yeah, it's like too close. The problem is too is now I'm viewing this at like a really big like screen size, so I'm kind of cramping myself here. Whoa, I thought this was JavaScript game development. What the heck's going on here? Yeah, I know. But I like to tweak every aspect of the game, you know. Even when it comes down to graphic design and stuff like that. So that's what we're doing right now. Just trying to figure out where our buttons should be and how our title screen should look. And I know it's not really a super important thing right now in terms of the game's only out, you know, sort of a test kind of phase right now. But nonetheless, I still want to have it look nice. So like this looks decent enough. I'm still not really a huge fan of like the lining up of all these parts. But what are you going to do? So, I mean, my initial thought was like, I mean, we could also play around with the sizes of these too. Like Populus could just be like way bigger, like the text. And like, I don't know, something like that's not terrible. And then, you know, obviously our screen would be, I'm not centering this up on screen. I'm just looking at these individual parts relative to each other. And I really hope that this little red circle is like slave to the text, because if it's not, that's going to be a pain to move those all around, I think. All right, I'm going to refresh my coffee real quick here, and I'll be back in 1 second. All right, I am back. Okay, hang on a second here. Okay. Actually, I kind of like this layout here. It kind of looks, yeah, like if maybe we, well, just kind of eyeballing it centered up here, centering it up by eye. Yeah, so that kind of then becomes our screen. When I'm just eyeballing this here, I feel like this should come in maybe just a hair. But I think that's just because I think I had a little more text over there. But that's not bad. I mean, we still kind of have a good amount of top and bottom space. This text here will pretty much be centered along the y-axis. And then these will be not quite centered along the y-axis, because it's going to be a matter of taking the height of these two things from the top of the play button to the bottom of the tutorial button, and then centering them up based upon that, like bounding box being centered. And then I think it's just a matter of, so it's a matter of centering these up as one thing, and on the y-axis, this thing can probably be centered dead along the y-axis. I didn't eyeball things up quite properly here, but I feel like that's probably what we want. And there'd be some amount of like white space, I guess, between these. And then to center the whole thing up, together they'd have to come together to be centered up along the x axis, I guess. All right, I'm gonna try to do this. We'll see how quickly I can do it. But that is kind of our more or less the idea we're looking for. So, where to start? We're in the right file here. I really hope the title button offset x mult. Oh, wait a minute. That's really it's gonna have to be lined up again by hand, I think. And what I'm talking about is the on. Sorry, I'm getting distracted here. Distracted with other things. Okay. This is going to be a pain to line all this stuff up. So this is where it would be nice to maybe like have a system where like lay things out relative to each other in 2D kind of thing nicely, and then yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Because right now I more or less have to do all this lining up by hand to get the ball rolling. So the title button here, I'm going to look at both the X and the Y setups. All right, so I'm in the create function here. So the title button is technically, technically that is this red thing because it's a button. Because it doesn't do anything when you click it, but it's just kind of, it's just kind of a little cool feature there that kind of makes the logo more or less the Populus like logo. But really it's just, this little button over the top, this little red button over the top of that, a button that has no text, right? Because it behaves exactly the same as these. So I kind of already like the relative sizes of everything because like I lined everything up here this way and I feel like that's good enough. So all right. So what I need to do is why do I even do this? Should just be 0, 0. I guess I just yeah, okay. So let's do, I liked more or less already the height sizes, the sizes and everything we've had for the buttons and the heights. So all of that should be good. The tutorial button radius, actually, that's not fixed. Yeah, that's just got a fixed radius. So, uh-oh. I changed the size, didn't I? Is that what I wanted? Let's look at this again. Yeah. No, that's like a little bigger. Whoops. None of these. Yeah, that's like exact. Yeah, that matches up exactly. So it's just a matter of, okay, I made the text like a little bigger here. Or wait, no, it's smaller now. So we need to go just a little bigger. Is that more or less lined up? It's maybe like a little bit bigger than that, but I think that's fine. Okay, so let's take that. We're gonna use that as our our relative bubble size. So let's do CLG. Okay, CLG 50 divided by canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Okay, so 0.063. Yeah, we'll do 0.063. So that would be menu. Oh my goodness, there's so many. Title button, play button. Okay, so we'll have tutorial button dot, or tutorial button R ratio is going to be 0.063. Really? 0.63? Is it really that size? That would make it this like half. Oh yeah, I guess that's about right. Okay. So then we go back to our menu. Let's close the tutorial file here, and this, and that, and that. Okay, so now what I can do is config.menu.title button, tutorial button R ratio times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height, and that should give us our button height. And now we'll set it up so that it resizes too real quickly here. So now in our window resized, we will say const tutorial button R equals that, and then we'll have this dot tutorial button dot set size and pose, tutorial button dot size dot tutorial button dot drawable dot size dot R is going to equal tutorial button R. I guess we could make this like tut button R. All right, I just want to make sure that everything looks good. Yes, except the text is not. Oh yeah, that's why we call that method set size and pose. So that's why we do tutorial button dot set size and pose, and then we do the new radius, and then we do 200 or whatever. Font size. Oh, we can omit that. Yes. Okay. So then, oops. You know what? It should maybe be like slightly bigger, I feel like. Config, instead of 0.63, let's do 0.08. Maybe. That's too big. Let's do 0.07. Yeah, that's a little better. Yeah, that's better. Yes. Okay. So then what we need to do is now line all these things up. So the position of our text, actually, the position of our text, the Populus title, can now be set individually of everything else. The height, or like the position along the y-axis. The x-axis is important. All right, we're not going to do any white space junk. I think what we'll do is just, okay. All right, so let's try setting the height of this text individually, the title text. And it'd be really great if we could do, this is not where I want to be. Badger's back and playing. Still going for record mistakes, Badger? Okay. So Badger, what would happen if I maxed out the macro? I don't know. You'd have to see. I mean, in theory, the game wouldn't really... I mean, I don't know what the macro is exactly doing that would say that it's maxed out. Like, I assume you're saying you're firing a number of, like, key presses or mouse clicks or something per second. I mean, in theory, nothing would really... Yeah, I don't know exactly everything that would happen. I mean, the game might slow down to a point, but like the frame rate might go down a bit, but I don't think anything would necessarily like break. In theory, nothing should really break because it's still just going to parse any... The game will just chug through any input that happens regardless. So it's like it's not really limited to... It might just slow down if you sent like some ridiculous amount of clicks. But we're talking about you'd have to probably send like, you know, thousands of clicks per second or something like that. Like it would have to be probably more than that before you would expect some sort of like slowdown or performance hit. I could be wrong about that, but I think that it would handle a pretty high amount of input events. Bet. You're saying what do I think would happen if you're saying I should bet on that? I'm not exactly sure what you're saying, Badger. Did I make this a little bigger now? Now it feels a little too big. So probably bet as like a synonym of cool. Is that a thing? Is that like not like am I just like that much out of touch? OMG, Jared, I thought you're young. Bet. Bet means cool? Like since when? I'm not that. I don't know. I'm pretty old, I guess. Yeah, I'm like kind of mind boggled by that. Bet. Meaning cool. Retro. I didn't start hearing it until the last few years. Gotcha. The term bet is slang meaning okay or all right, and it is used in response to a statement. The expression okay bet is slang used as a substitute for all right, cool. Bet. Bet. Wow. Okay, that's new to me. Yeah, I'm out of touch. I'm out of touch. All right. Well, yeah, bet. That's weird. It doesn't mean I just don't. I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I'm out of touch. I'll be the first to admit it. But now I'm just like trying to figure out why is bet the word. I don't know. I guess I'm a grandpa. I don't know. I have to ask my wife if she knows bet. She's younger than me. But don't you dare overanalyze it. Well, I mean, that's kind of what I do. That's kind of like my thing. Like I just kind of sit there and like I pick things apart until you're not allowed to. All right. Well, I mean, yeah, I won't. I'll have to ask my wife about it if she's heard that before. There's another word that I hear people using, low key. Like I know what low key is, but people use it in like a weird context now. They use it as like a like you describe something as low key, right? Like that just means it's an adjective, right? But people are using it now as like a like you say something is that like that's low key, like low key. Why? Nice. Well, I'm trying to understand the low key thing too. It's like an adverb now. Yeah, is that because I'm trying to like think of a use case where you say it, right? And that would be like, yeah, if it was an adverb. Like people say that's low key, but then they say another word after it, and I'm trying to like think of an actual like example now. It's like an adverb now. Yeah. And I feel like it's totally lost like the actual like meaning of low key, like meaning like toned down or like not so like chill, right? It's more like that's kind of what low key and chill are kind of synonyms. But I feel like people now even use it, and they don't even use it in the context of like chill. Like it's almost like it doesn't even have a meaning. Like people just use it as like that's kind of what I kind of am gathering from it. Like it's just like a filler word. It's like using legit or something. Or, you know, like people use legit out of context all the time and incorrectly. Well, not, I guess out of context, but I don't know. I don't know. When I'm not, since I'm kind of out of like where all those, I'm too old now to like where all those phrases originate, you know? My soul hurts because of you. Well, you're welcome, Badger. Glad we could shed some light and discuss some phraseology of modern day. I know you said you're in high school, Badger, so when I was in high school, what were the cool words? I don't even remember. Legit. I mean, legit's been around for a long time, but how old are you, if you don't mind? 27. Coming up on 28. Fast approaching. So I've yeah. And I know Retro, you said you were 21. I heard that on stream, so yeah, I got a few years on you. So, yeah, I'm already, you know, over 10 years. Well, what'll it be? This coming. Oh, you're 22 now. All right, nice. Happy birthday. That must have been recent. Oh yeah, I remember you mentioning you're doing a birthday stream. Retro or something like that. So, catching up, yeah. Right? I don't know what I was saying before. All right. All of that is just to procrastinate. Procrastinate from what I really need to do, which is line up this tutorial button. So I think the Y position of our text is going to be separate. So what I want to do is, because I need to line up this little red button too here, the button that doesn't do anything. So I need to line that up, and right now I don't actually have that like sticking to the text at all, which is kind of annoying. But yeah, what we need to do is, I think, I shouldn't even mess around with the resizing stuff. I'm going to leave my resizing code out of it for right now. We're going to focus just on the initial setup code, and then we'll go back to the resize. So I guess I should have Populus somewhere else in our config file or something. Bet. Like, how do you say it? Like, bet. Like the way people would say all right or "ite," like bet. Like that's so. I'd have to hear it. Yes, haha. You wouldn't say something is bet, would you? Because you said it's like a synonym for cool. So you wouldn't say that's bet. Like that would be totally boomer to say that. LOL, no, you wouldn't say that's bet. Oh yeah, because I looked it up and it said it was like all right or something. So it's kind of like a cool, okay, all right kind of thing. But you can start the trend. Bet. It's like short for you bet. Oh. Okay. That was a good explanation of it. I wish that article or that quick Google search I read had said that. It's like short for you bet. That makes sense. Okay. So you're just removing the you. Bet. Bet. It still seems kind of weird, but boy, I've got a lot to learn. Low key, just removing the U. That's a good low key. See, like you used it there, low key, but it doesn't. Yeah, you used it. That's an example. That's a good example of using low key, but it doesn't make any sense in terms of the word, what low key means. And low key itself is already like a slang word, low key. I feel like. Because I don't know if that's referring to like music, like playing something, like a phrase of like that. Because like if you say you play a piece of music like in a lower key, it'd be like easier to sing or something, right? Like if you sing in a high, you have a song that's like pitched up in a higher key, that might be more difficult to sing. So if you say like lower key, that means like easier or simpler or something like that. Or it could be just a play on like keyed up. You say somebody's like keyed up if they're all like wired or something. So that could be where low key comes from. I'm not talking about the new incorrect usage of low key, but I'm talking about like the original phrase low key. I've got like some phrase recursion or something going on. All right. All right. So we're trying to line up our text here. Our text along the y-axis, let's just say. So I think, like I was saying before, if we go with this new, so in the current format here, the y-axis is not something that I can set individually. The y-axis is based upon the title and its relation to the button, the play button here, and then it like centers up. It draws a box around. It doesn't actually draw a box, but it just pretends there's a box around the edge of the button and the edge of the text, and then lines up everything based upon that. Centers this all up based upon that. And I don't think we don't need to do that anymore with this new idea here, where I started to kind of shrink that a little bit there. So with this idea here, the text can kind of be set however it wants, because basically the play button is always going to be like lower on the y-axis. This is going this direction is lower, right? So this is 0y, this is positive y, whatever number y. So it's this text can be just kind of its position on the y-axis can kind of be set and on its own. It doesn't need to be set based upon the box of which we're centering these controls here. So that makes sense to be my first little thing to try here. So I guess let's just try to center it like dead center along the y-axis. That kind of makes sense, right? Well, does it? Yeah, actually, let's do that, and then if that looks terrible, we'll try something else. So, title button, that's not what I want. The title. And then the font size, that's fine. But then we do all this weird stuff. And then we got title pose X, title pose Y. So title pose Y could now become, like, I'm going to just comment out the old code just so I can have it for reference. But title pose Y can now be equal to half of the height. Yeah, I guess let's just center this up like dead center along the y-axis. So we'll do, how would I do that? Half of the height of the screen. So that would be canvas wrapper dot half height. And then we would subtract half of the text height. So we do title dot font size, font dot size over 2. Okay, so let's try it. That's not what I want. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so that centers up this along halfway, the halfway line. I really don't know if that's what we want, though. So I feel like according to this, I kind of want this like up maybe a bit. I don't know. Should it be centered along the Y? That's more or less center like that. That just looks a little weird. Maybe it should be centered. That's maybe more like center. All right, we're gonna roll with centered, and then if that's terrible, we'll change it. All right, so we just centered it up, and now I'm exposed as a fraud because you can tell that this button, there's an O here, and I'm just covering up the O with this. I'm not doing actually something proper. So that's good. This, how do I calculate that out? Let's see, title button. Boy, there's a bunch of junk in here. Bound box pose X plus config.menu title offset X mult. Oof, it's a lot of stuff there. Title button offset X mult. Offset Y mult. Oh, and that's off of the bound box. Oh, okay. So instead of off of the bound box, I guess I can make this, the Y is fine, but then this, instead of bound box Y, this should just be, like, let's duplicate this and then do this and then comment that out for right now. There we go. Okay, so that just moves us up nicely there, and I think that's all we need to do for that. But the X stuff, all right, so what we need to do is specify a relationship between the text and then the center of our play button, I guess. So we'll do like an x-axis, like a multiplier. That would be like a scale, kind of. So I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. It's sneaking up on me. Can't help it. I'm sorry. All right. We'll be right back in a second. Don't go anywhere. All right. And we're back. Okay. All right, so our text Y and our title button Y are pretty good, I think. That's not what I wanted. This. All right, so let's just move on and try getting this other stuff centered up. Well, so what we need like, so the x-axis of everything, the x-axis of all the three elements, the text, well, and I'll say this too, but this is kind of part of the text, so it doesn't really matter. But the y-axis of the text can be separate of everything else. But the x-axis of this, the x-axis of all of these, or sorry, like the actual x positions of each of these things needs to be determined by some sort of box that I would like have around the edge of them, right? So it would be like the width of the edge, the very right side of this button, and the very left side of the text. And then I'm going to take that width and then center that up based upon the width of the screen. So we want to do I guess first we need to specify like an offset in like a percentage term of like, so some sort of multiplier to specify the relationship of this x, the x-axis of our play button relative to the x-axis of our text. So it's like it's specifying like a distance apart. And it's specifying that distance apart Let me look at what I've already been doing. Yeah. Yes. So like I'm already kind of doing that. Play button offset x mult. Yes. So that's like how the game... Is that really how it actually is working? Yeah, that's got to be. So like if I change... Okay, so if we do that, and if I change this to like 70... Doesn't need to be set. Yeah. Okay. So then that should be the distance from here, from our from the x start of our text to the x position of our play button is 70% of the height of the canvas. Because everything in this scales off of the height. Like the size scales off the height. When you change the width, it doesn't. Things recenter based upon the width, but they don't change in size. So never mind that when I moved this, it changed. Whatever. I am aware of that. We'll get to that. So the 70% is basically from here to here, 70% of the height. So I need to do like the same exact thing. Play button offset x mult. So basically I need to have, this was 45 before. So what I'll do is I'll just duplicate this line and comment out the old one. And then we'll change this to I don't know. Like, I guess I'm going to go relative to what this looks like here. So maybe this is like, this is already like over, that's a bad example. Okay, so if this is 70, let's make it like 120 maybe. That's maybe too much. Maybe like let's go like 90 and just see what that looks like first. So I'll make this like 0.9. Okay, so that is better. Yeah, okay. Right? Maybe a little more. Let's just make it, let's go 1. 0.1, I mean. Okay, that didn't work. I changed the wrong thing, didn't I? No. What in the world? We did 0.09 before, right? Oh, no. Sorry, it's 1.0. That's what we're doing. So the height, yeah, now we're basically at the height of the screen. Okay, that's too much. That's too much. I can already tell. So look at, actually that's kind of perfect. Well, this one is slightly bigger. The text is like slightly bigger, but the X separation of the edge of this to the center of the play button is kind of right on. Right? I mean, it's like close enough. It's like ballpark enough that maybe it's just slightly too much. So let's dial it back. Let's do 0.95. All right, so that's just a hair closer. That's good. So the tutorial button, we need to do the same exact thing. We just need to, so we've got a tutorial button, R ratio, and we'll create a new tutorial button, offset X mult. And then that will be, it'll be something less than 95, so maybe like 0.7. We'll go with that. So now this should give us a good, oh, yeah, I can't just change it. I can't just create some new variable and expect some magic to happen. That doesn't work that way. It's not how programming works. Okay, so let's go back to our code here, and we're going to need to actually start to use the tutorial button offset mult. Offset X mult. Okay, so let's go menu. Oh, yeah, this is what we want. So I'm going to duplicate this, comment that out, do that. So that way we've got the old ones up here, and our new ones are going to be, oh, wait a minute. I'm in the wrong. I'm not even in the right place here. Okay. We need to go to tutorial button, and then our Y axis. Should I do this? Should I do the multi-line? I guess we will. So our Y-axis is going to be wait. Play offset X. This isn't that straightforward here. Okay, so when we do play button X, we're doing bound box. All right. Okay, so we can't just line this up. Oh no, we can actually, because I can just do the bound box. The tutorial button can just be bound box. That's not how you spell bound. Bound box pose X plus, and then this would be config dot menu dot tutorial button offset blah 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 times canvas wrapper dot ctx dot canvas dot height. Okay, there we go. So now Can I make, let me just make the Y like something more. Okay, that was way too much. 800, yeah, what was I thinking here? We were at 200, we went like 500 maybe. Okay, that's, yeah, that's slightly better. So I want to line these up here and kind of just see if, all right, so I got them a little tighter. Let's just scale this all up a bit, I guess. Let's do that. Okay, so this needs to be even more tighter over. In fact, they overlap a little bit, if you can see here. If they were lined up along the y-axis, they would be overlapping. So this can come, I guess this can come in should come in a bit more. And I've changed, actually I've since changed this button size too, compared to what it was when I did this in GIMP. Okay, so all right, so let's bring this in a little more so that they overlap. Actually, I'll just do like 600. That's not what I want. We need more. 700 or like 660 maybe. No. It's got to be a little more than that. Yeah. We'll go 7. Okay. All right, so that at least just gives me a good idea. So then we need to make the tutorial button offset, what, more than this, right? It's got to be closer to, let's just do that. That should be a little too close probably. Yeah, I think that's a little too close. Because now I want to like start looking at like what's the angle of these, I think. And, oh, actually that's not too bad. This more or less looks like that. So that's not too bad, I think. Definitely within the ballpark that we were looking for. So, yeah, so let's roll with this. Let's roll with those these relative sizes here. And again, all I've really actually done is just the X. I've only just lined them up along the X-axis. The Y-axis now, like this relative Y-axis. This thing's hard-coded positioning right now, and that's going to obviously have to change and everything. So all we really just figured out we wanted right there is just the X-axis positioning. So back to our menu. Now, yeah, and also now I've got this bound box pose X, which is already going to change, I think. Well, maybe we can just, maybe actually this code's going to, this variable is going to stay the same. It's just the calculation of it's going to be slightly different now. Because now the bound box pose X half width, half of the bound. Okay, that is not what we. All right, so oh, actually here, I think we're kind of where we want to be. So the radius is fine. The play offset X is also fine. This is exactly what we want. This is exactly what we want. This just needs to change now, this Y. Wait a minute, no, never mind. This one needs to be, Yeah, there isn't a play button offset Y anymore. Right? Because that's for the play button. And the play button is now yeah, now that instead of play offset Y, there needs to be like a tutorial button, well, we'll call it tut offset Y. Const tut offset Y equals, and then we're going to need to create a new, like a new config thing here. So what was that one? Play button offset Y. That doesn't really, it's not going to exist anymore. Play button offset X. So play button offset Y mult. This is just going to straight up go away. And then all right, so what I'm, yeah, because what was happening before is I had a multiplier to set the button relative, the button height, or the button Y position relative to the position of the text. So like it was the simply the offset of, there was like some offset multiplier that was the percentage that we wanted to offset the button by of the height of the screen. And that was a mouthful, I know, but I think I understood what I wanted there. Yeah, that makes kind of sense. That makes sense. 0.38. Does that really make sense? Is that what we wanted before? 38% of the height of the screen was in that offset. That seems a little weird. Actually, no, that seems right. Yeah, that's right. So basically that's saying that this, basically what that is saying, that 0.38 here is saying that the height from our text to the center of our button is 38% of the height of the screen. So 0.38, I'm talking so aggressively now that I'm spitting on my screen. What can you do? So anyway, that's what that 0.38 is. It's saying from the position, you know, whatever the origin of our text is going to be like up here, 0, 0. So then that, from that to the center of the screen is 38% of the height of the window. Yes, so that's good. What I was doing was I was kind of trying to make that the way the button is laid out currently, and that didn't make any sense. Okay, so that is right, but we don't need a play button offset Y mult anymore. We don't need that because the play button is not, this is basically saying the play button position is relative to something else, but the play button's Y position is not going to be relative to anything anymore, or not going to be relative directly to another component. Basically, we have a tutorial button offset now that we're going to need. So we're going to have a tutorial button offset Y mult now. We already have our X for that, and then we need the Y, which is going to more or less be, I'm just going to eyeball something here based upon what I drew in GIMP. So how does this look compared to like the current live site? So we got Populus. You know what? That looks, okay, so from here, we're talking about from here to here is going from the center of the play button to the center of the tutorial button. That's what we're looking for in terms of our multiplier. And this is not representative of the height of the screen. This is my GIMP drawing. So we want like, actually we probably want, I don't know what that would be. 20%, 30% maybe not quite the 38. So this is 38. From like here to here is 38% of the height of the screen. So from here to here, that's like a slightly shorter distance that I'm drawing with my mouse. So that's more like 28% maybe. So let's just plug in 28 for right now. Out of the blue. An out of the blue number there. All right, so that is giving us all we need to do is multiply 0.28 times the height of the screen, and that gives us how many pixels separation we're going to have from the center of the play button to the center of the tutorial button. How many pixels of separation we're going to have along the y-axis. Not from here to here with this x diagonal junk, but just the y-axis. The difference between this y position and the y position here. So that, okay. So then to calculate our bound box height, we're going to be taking the radius of the button plus that tutorial offset times the height of the canvas. So the height of the button plus that plus the height, or sorry, I should say the radius of the play button plus that offset times the height of the offset multiply blah, 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 plus the radius of the tutorial button. That is going to be our bound box height. So now let's go to, okay, back to the menu. So bound box width, this is going to change. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, no, tut offset y. We need to actually calculate this now. So we're going to do config.menu. Tutorial button offset y mult. Is that right? We're doing the y-axis now, right? Right. Canvas wrapper.ctx.canvas.height. All right, so this should be a really nice, actually good value now. Tut offset y. So then we are going to go to our okay, what are we doing here? Bound box height. I'm going to just duplicate this, comment out this line, and then now we're talking about tut offset y. So we're going to do that plus, or we're going to do play button. Let's do this a little more proper now. So it'll be play button R. We'll do it from like top down. So now I'm calculating the height of the bound box, which is supposed to be in this view. The bound box is going to be an imaginary box that encapsulates all of our elements here. So the width of the box being from the edge of this text to the edge of the play button, and the height being from the top of the play button down to the bottom of the tutorial button. So that's what we're figuring out right now. We're figuring out the height of the bound box. So we're taking the radius of the play button plus this offset, tut offset thing. That's whatever the offset of the tutorial button needs to be along the y-axis. Then we're going to add in the radius of the tutorial button. And that should give us our number exactly. Okay, so play button R, tut offset y plus now the tutorial button radius R. Okay, so we need to, did I already do that somewhere? Tut button R, I guess we'll do that right up here maybe. Const tut button R equals, and then I do it down here. So then we do tut button R, okay. And that's going to equal that. Okay, so then where are we? Okay, plus tut button R. Okay, so that should be, this bound box height should now be valid and good. So bound box pose Y, that should be what we want. These things don't need, these two variables don't need to change because this is just the same equation regardless. Just centering up our bounding box along the center of the screen. Okay, so then we want to, and is our bound box width? Actually, our Bound box width is already good too. Am I right? No. No, that is right. That is right. Yes. Okay, so the bound box width should also be good as well. Okay. Wow. This is hard to keep track of because I'm trying to look at this amongst my code from the other one too. So it just makes things more complicated. All right, so we're looking pretty good with that. What else do we need now? We've got the box height and width. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, what else? So bound box X plus play offset X should be fine. Bound box pose Y plus play offset Y. Okay, let's just see what happens right now if I do that. Whoops, not that one. Right here. Play offset Y is not defined. Menu 137. Okay, so we're doing play offset Y. Oh, right. Okay, so there is no play offset Y anymore. Bound box pose Y plus. Okay, so that should just be, all right, so let's split these onto separate lines. And then, brilliant. Okay, so bound box pose Y. But then instead of play offset Y, this is going to be just the radius, play button R. Sweet. Yes. So that is correct. So that's right as far as the, I believe as far as if I resize, everything's going to break. But it's going to go back to whatever it was originally. But here we actually have our text centered up. We got the same amount of white space on this side as we do on the side of the text. This text is centered in the middle. Obviously, this is the last thing we need to do, the height of the tutorial button now. But otherwise, I think that's looking pretty good. So if we just line this up with this thing, we did a pretty decent job of getting all that punched in there. So let's just figure out that tutorial button. And the tutorial button is then we need to have we need to actually create a new variable for the tutorial button, I think. Or did we just do that? Oh no, we just did that, but we haven't used it yet. Tutorial button offset Y mult. We didn't use it yet, right? Okay, no, we did. Tut offset Y. So we just need to actually use it now in the tutorial button position. Yeah. We still are just hard coding our 700 pixel position here. So now this is simply going to be bound box pose Y plus the tutorial button offset. Oh. Yeah, this times. Oh no, wait a minute. We have a variable now where we calculated that. Yeah. We have tut offset Y. I don't need. Okay. That should be all that we need then. All right. No, that's not quite that's not quite right. Oh. Wait a minute. Okay, hang on. That doesn't look... Does that look right? That doesn't make sense. Something's wrong here. Something's not right. These are not centered. Like if we GIMP this... I didn't want to do that. Copy. Okay, this is not right. If I measure... That's not what I wanted to do. This is supposed to be the rectangle. Oh. Yeah, okay. So if we line up this here, more or less. Okay, this is not... So what do we have here? 209 pixels. Yeah, that is not close at all to being center. Did I not? Maybe I didn't actually properly use that in the calculation. All right, so actually I don't think I did. I didn't calculate the new bound box height yet. No, never mind, I did. Bound box Y, pose Y. Did I do this right? Oh, okay. This needs to be the rate plus, okay, the position of that plus the play button R. Yeah, okay, that's what that needs to be. There we go. All right, that's what we want. Except that doesn't look very good. All right, so I don't need this anymore. So all I need to do is just dial in the Y settings a little bit, I think. Dial that back. So instead of 28, we're going to do 20, I guess. That's probably too small now. Yeah, that's a little too tight, so maybe like 23. That's a little better. Okay. All right, so let's try. How does that look? What does the live site look like right now? Let's make it like kind of skinny. Should the font be bigger now, maybe? Are we doing the width? Okay. I feel like it's just a little too, I don't know. I need to like, now I've been like staring at this so much I can't see it well. I feel like I need to, Yeah, I feel like this is better. I like it better than the current populus.gg right now. Definitely. Although I feel like this should maybe be like a hair taller. But anyway, all of our variable calculation and everything is exactly what we want right now. So let's get this so it'll scale itself better. And if anything, we can just tweak some stuff down the road and it will still look good. All right, so yeah, what do we need to change? I guess I'm going to open the same file twice here. That's not what I want. There we go. I'm going to open our menu file and I am going to get rid of all of this junk. Okay, so we've got a few things. Play button R, play button offset X, play button offset Y. We don't need the Y anymore. We've got tut button R, that's already good. And then we've got tut offset Y. Wow, how did I already do that tut button R like that? I read my own mind. Is that even possible? Can you read your own mind? All right, so config. Okay, so that looks good. Bound box width, play offset X, play button R, bound box height. Okay, the height is changed, so this is going to change to this thing. So this one goes away and gets replaced with that one. Play button R, tut offset Y, blah, 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 blah. These ones stay the same. The title pose X, the title pose Y goes away, and then we have this new title pose Y. And then that's going to change. Oh boy. Oh boy. I guess I'm going to need to do title, or we're going to have to do const title font size equals this, and then we're going to have to recalculate the font size here. Do it like that, and then we're going to do half of the title font size like this, and then we'll do new title font size like that, title pose Y, canvas wrapper dot half height. I think we just did everything properly. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so then the actual, okay, so that's good for the font size. Yeah, now we need to change these. And I've got these hard-coded pixel positions, which are terrible. Okay, so the font size is my VS Code font size is too big now. All right, so I've got this. Don't I? Okay. Set size in pose. Okay, let's look at, first the title button size and position. So title button, we changed one thing. We changed the Y, so that now it should be taking the title pose Y plus this whole title whatever. So that should be the title button Y position, right? This thing. Oh. Oh no, wait a minute. That's the X. This is the Y. Did I get that right? I really hope I did, because that's a really long line and it's annoying. Okay. Hang on 1 second here. All right, I'm back. My wife just got home from work. I'm probably gonna wrap the stream up in a little bit here as soon as we finish our radius and stuff. And I'll probably deploy the new changes tonight for bet. Nice. Yeah, so once we get this all lined up and working, then I'm gonna take a little break, maybe do a little exercise, maybe enjoy the last moments of sunshine. Now that we've hit daylight savings time. Whew. Now that we've hit daylight savings time, losing all the sun. And I'm down in my basement all day, so there's no sun as it is. All right, so yeah, and then I'll do a little more testing and stuff, and then off stream, and then I'll get the tutorial loaded up probably tonight, and then that'll be live, and we can start working on multiplayer tomorrow. Yes, finally some cool stuff instead of lining up buttons on the menu page. Multiplayer, yes. All right, but first we're gonna finish this up. We're gonna see this through to completion here. So okay, so I think the title button size and position are good now. I really hope so. The play button, what do we need to do for that? So the play button, I think, okay, that just needs to change to bound box. Yeah, that just needs to change to this. I'm glad I commented out what the old thing was, because that lets me know what I needed to change for this other thing. Okay, so bound box pose Y, play button. Okay, so that's this. Yes, okay, so that just changes here. And then we have tutorial button R, and then we have tutorial button. We need to do this. This, and then is that gonna be good here? Bound box pose. Yes, okay. And then this one. Okay. In theory, that should be it. Let's see if it works. Okay, so that looks okay. And then yes. So it's not quite exactly the locations of everything that I want, but that's okay, because now we just got this new. I know I at least want this general relative layout, like the play button to be the play button and the tutorial button to kind of be off here, like with this diagonal thing going on and this thing here. But all of the little sizes and everything I can tweak now. But it was just a matter of getting them all laid out properly the way we really want them to be. So that is looking good. Yeah, I feel like maybe the space between these is a little too much or something, maybe. But anyway, it's probably good enough to throw up online for now. So if I full screen it, how does that look? Is that weird? Oh, that's fine. Okay. Nice. I think that's looking pretty good. Cool. Yeah, I like it a lot better than the current live version. Just kind of like there's just not enough stuff to put on screen. Now that we have a tutorial button, that at least makes things like slightly more compelling. And I think, yeah, the font sizes and everything I didn't change relative to the height of the screen. So like, and the play button is the same too. So like you do that, they're all the same. So this is my current dev version, and this is the current live version. So yeah, the new one is so much better. It's just nicer having like a little extra thing on the screen that just gives you a little more balance to what's going on. And then eventually there'll be a play button and a like practice button, and maybe that'll like change again even more. And then maybe like the tutorial, there won't be like an explicit tutorial. It'll be like a cookie or something. Like if you've never played the game before, then it'll take you to the tutorial first, and then it's like a Boolean cookie or something to keep track of that. I don't know. That sounds too complicated though. So anyway, I think we finished the tutorial. Actually, let's review the tutorial quick, because I think it's how I want it for right now. So now the tutorial is this thing. Move your mouse over the red bubble. Well, okay, so we'll start over fresh here. We go tutorial. We're greeted with this thing. Move your mouse over the red bubble. I feel like that's clear. You move your mouse over the red bubble. The text changes to pop the red bubble by pressing the spacebar or clicking. That's easy, huh? Hit the spacebar. Then we're in this weird thing. Pop the bubble that matches the color by the arrow above. Okay, I see the arrow over here. Don't know what that little red thing was, but got a yellow, the arrow there. I'm trying to read the mind of players who have never played this game before. Okay, so I'm going to pop the yellow button. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Keep popping. Okay. Then done. Now pop as many bubbles as you can in 30 seconds, starting in 3, 2, 1. Okay. And now it just launched us into our practice mode. I'm going to quick play through this just to make sure everything looks good. Whoops, and that we cleaned up everything. I'm going to probably run a little like event listener test to make sure that all the event listeners and everything are getting cleaned up before we go live with this, just to make sure that I don't have any leaky objects out there. Here we go. Time's up. We're back home. We quit. We go home. We go to tutorial. We do that. We do this, that, there. Boom, boom. Okay. I think we're looking pretty good. Yeah. Think we're looking pretty good. All right. Yes, so tomorrow we'll be back, and we will we'll start streaming the multiplayer development. So I'm gonna work on this some more tonight, get it all deployed, and then we can begin multiplayer. I didn't think about what I was saying before I said it. Retro multiplayer. Yes. So that'll be fun. That'll be a lot of, well, I don't know. It probably won't be a ton of work at this point to get that running, to get just a one-on-one thing going, because I already did some of that setup before. So I'm just gonna dial in some things a little nicer, make it a little more harder to cheat, that sort of thing. But yeah, I think we're good to go. So we'll be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. Oh, we're back to Central Standard Time now, no longer Central Daylight Time. We've lost our daylight savings, as I was saying before. So we'll be back here 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, working on multiplayer. So have a good night, everyone. Evan, we'll catch you later. I'll probably hop on, see your stream tonight for a bit. Peace. Yes. So thanks. So yeah, thanks again, everyone, for hanging out, and we'll see you in the next one. Adios.